Hey everyone. Hey Robert. How are you, Robert? Thank you for joining. I appreciate you. Um, oh, hold on, y'all. Hold on. I think I can hear this music in the background. Okay. I don't know why let me refresh this because I don't know why I can't see what I see on my tablet. I don't know. Hey Joanne. Hey Robert. Hey Latae. How y'all doing today? How is everyone doing? I appreciate you guys. Appreciate all you guys for coming through. I'm gonna wait for some more people to come in before I start my video. So how's everyone morning, evening going? Because it is after 1 o'clock here. So I hope everybody's having a good afternoon. Joanne, how's you feeling today, darling? Thank you, Joanne. Oh, feel better. What are you taking for your throat? My throat was tingling too, like last week, but I thank God that I didn't get sick. It went right away. It went right away. That's why I still wear my mask when I go to certain places because it's cold and the germs everywhere around and stuff. So yeah, yeah. Even when you go to work, still try to put your mask on. I know people still don't want them masks on, but in certain places you have to still have them. You know. Okay, I understand, Joanne. I definitely understand. I wear my mask too. Yeah, you have to still wear them when you go out to certain places. You really do. And I'm gonna tell you, I hope you feel better. Are you drinking anything like tea and put some honey in it and some halls in it? You know, maybe that might make you feel a little better. Hey, Pammy Poo, how are you? Thank you, Joanne, for dropping the coffee link. Yeah, because Brittany told me she wouldn't be able to be in the chat today. She had an appointment. So, yeah, I told her it's okay. When you got to do stuff, you got to do stuff. Simple, you know? Mask and sanitizer wipes. Those folks nasty out here. Yes. I bought the little travel sanitizer wipes. They like 79 cents a pack. You get like 30 in it. So whenever I'm out, I try to get those. I get a lot at one time. Sometimes I get like 8 packs at one time so they can last me. So when I go out, I have them in my bag. Yes. Love me. How you doing, sweetie? How are you? And I remember they used to sell little small things, a Lysol can sprays at Walgreens, but I got like 2 left, but it's been hard to find them lately. I don't know why. Been hard to find them. But yeah, so let's try to keep your mask on. I know a lot of people don't really like the mask still, but we have to, still remember like COVID is still here and it ain't going nowhere. Okay, so you gotta be careful still letting people talk up on your kids' face, your face, and stuff like that. You gotta be careful with that. I'm glad you're doing well. Good. I'm glad to see you. Thank you so much for coming through. I appreciate that. So y'all, I'm gonna go ahead and start my video. Okay, this video, y'all, the story time today is this woman was in the army, y'all. Okay, and she ends up pregnant. Okay, by her boss. Okay, a sergeant. So we're gonna play that. See how y'all like it. Yes, they don't sell them anymore. I used to get them. Yes, I used to get them all the time at Walgreens, and I can't find them no more. When the pandemic was here, they had them everywhere, but now I can't find them no more. And I liked them little cans. I used to take them with me and everything, but now I can't find them, and I don't like that because I'm used to having them. But let me bring this up on the stage. Make sure. All right, let me get it back to the beginning of this. I love my boy PJ. All right. So I think this is the beginning, guys. Okay, let me make sure I got it up. All right, let me turn it, get it off of. Ooh, ooh, ooh. I got it up.
Her this, tell her that, and all this other stuff. So I'm just telling her like, I don't mess with your husband, whatever like that, because that's what he told me. So I get on the phone with her, and then I'm calling him, and I'm like, so you're married or whatever like that. And then he was like, no, I'm not married. That's my ex-wife. She's down here visiting my daughter. Because at the time he was telling me that he was a single father and he had custody of his
Hold on,
daughter.
y'all. I want to make
So
sure I
that's
went back to the beginning for
crazy
y'all because I want y'all to
and
catch
all
the
this other
beginning.
stuff.
Hold on, y'all. I
So
gotta make sure it's the beginning for y'all
after he was saying that she was
people. Let me see. I want to make sure it's the beginning part.
baby daddy has a previous daughter. I'm gonna say her name. Her name is Nika. This is his wife.
Okay.
This is his wife's name. So she calls me and she was like, "Why am I talking? Why was I talking to her husband?" I don't remember the exact conversation, but I know I had like said something smart because he ended up texting me at this time. I had three phones, so he texted my other phone like, "Tell her this, tell her that." And all this other stuff. So I'm just telling her like, I don't mess with your husband, whatever like that, because that's what he told me. So I get on the phone with her, and then I'm calling him, and I'm like, so you're married or whatever like that. And then he was like, no, I'm not married. That's my ex-wife. She's down here visiting my daughter. Because at the time he was telling me that he was a single father and he had custody of his daughter. So he was like, she crazy and all this other stuff. So after he was saying that she was crazy and like that wasn't his wife and all this stuff, we continued our relationship because I'm thinking like, oh, this woman's lying and she delusional, she crazy. So I'm like, I kicked her to the side. So I thought. So we're gonna fast forward past that. So me and her talked again. Like me and her will always go back and forth on social media. We'll be arguing with each other. We'll be, just doing little petty stuff. Because I'm thinking like, girl, she want my man. She want her ex back, her ex husband. Okay, so in the previous video, I told y'all how he had said that he had businesses and homes and a car like a Range Rover and a truck and a BMW and all this stuff. This is really important because I'm gonna get back to the later, but it's really important. So I also told you how he had
Exactly,
businesses and
Joanne.
homes.
I
So
agree.
she ended up calling me, contacting me. We talked and basically said she was telling me that she was his wife. So this happened over a course of a year of us just going back and forth, going back and forth, and then it comes to around to his birthday time. So around his birthday time, when his birthday is in September, I ended up going all out for him, buying him all these clothes, these shoes, some cologne. Like I had like set up like a hotel, bought him like balloons, did the whole 9 yards, y'all. And he ended up like not even. I was blowing up his phone, like, where you at? Like, come see me. whatever. Just trying to get him to come and see the surprise that I had for him. So it was like he wasn't calling. I had at least called him like, I would say like 30 times a day. Text him about 30 times a day, and no response. So I'm just like, okay, dang, maybe
Because he was
somewhat's
with his
wrong,
wife on
something
his
is tripping.
birthday.
I'm worried, and it comes time. Eventually like calls me back, and I'm like, where you been at all day or whatever like that. He be like, I've been busy. My phone broke. I was getting my phone fixed, but I'm on the way.
No, he was with that wife on
Also
that
said that he
birthday.
wanted to go to TJ Maxx to get him some drawers. This is also a very important thing. So he goes to TJ Maxx. He's supposed to go to TJ Maxx to get him some drawers, and then come see me. He shows up with no drawers
Hey,
and nothing.
Joanne Queen, how
And
are
we get
you?
there, and it's like
You in
he
the
don't want to
beginning. You
listen to
just
me. He
got
don't want to
here. You
smack
haven't missed too
something. He don't
much.
want to do nothing. And it's also gonna be a little bit of TMI, but it came time to do the do, and like he couldn't like get up or whatever. So the next day we ended up deciding that we were gonna go to Las Vegas? Yeah, Las Vegas. So we go to Las Vegas. Going to Las Vegas. We
Okay,
drove
baby,
so
feel
far. While we're
better.
there, I get this text from this number. Come to
I'm
find
praying
out,
for you,
it's
sis.
Nika,
Feel
the
better.
wife. She sends me all these screenshots. They
Ain't no
talking
way
about
I'm texting. I'm
sex,
calling
and
a
she
man
sent me
30
the jail
times.
pictures after the jail
Facts.
he came, and this is not the first time he came, whatever like that. Hopefully I can say that, but she says that. So I'm just like, so he tries to snatch the phone from me, and I snatch it back so I could see, like, finish reading what I was reading. And then I just get to like hitting him all in his face or whatever, like that. Like I'm just dicking him in his face or whatever. And this is from his number, by the way. So I'm just dicking him all up in his face. And I eventually calmed down. He pulls over, and I was like, "Take me back, take me back." We were already like an hour or something until they dropped. I wanted to go back, so he was telling me like her friend is a phone hacker. She hacks my phone and all this other stuff, and I'm just still like hitting him, and
Hey,
it
Rebecca.
was just crazy. So we end up getting back into the car, and I kind of believed that she hacked his phone because again he told me that she was delusional. So
Girl,
we
that's
get
what
to
men do
Vegas.
when
He
they
spent all
cheating.
this money on me. He give me like $7,000. I blew that up in Vegas, and we had went past that. But the only reason I'm saying this because it's going to get important to when it gets to me breaking down all these lies that he told. I told y'all how we were both in the military. So I am in the military and I am a junior sailor. And he was in the military, but he obviously wasn't a junior sailor. Again, he was twice my age. At this time when we first met, I was 19 and I believe he was 43. So
Damn.
just to put that in perspective. So the point of me telling you this is when I when me and her talked the first time, he basically said that she wanted to
Hey,
tell
PM.
our
Thank you for
child
coming through,
twins because
baby.
me and her
Thank
were not
you.
even allowed to talk just based off, our ranking. So if you're in the military, you know what I mean. Another thing is I want to add two people to the story. So I'm gonna add a Billy, which is Nika's cousin, and I'm gonna add a Shayla, which is Nika's cousin wife. So I told you how we were on the way to Vegas,
Hey,
and I eventually
Roz.
believed him. I believed him because he called Billy, Nika's cousin, and Billy vouched for him. So I thought. And another thing is, me and Billy would always talk on the phone, but it wouldn't be on my phone, and it would always be on like, I'm gonna call my baby daddy Tyrone. It would be on Tyrone's phone, and I kind of thought that was weird, but I kind of didn't know him like that, and so we were like talking, chit chat, and he was even talking to my friend once upon a time. This is
Mm.
also very important. So please keep this part in the back of y'all mind. So let me put this image in y'all head for let me put this image in y'all head. So me and Tyrone are in the car headed to Las Vegas. I get the message. I start hitting him. He ends up calling Billy, Nigga's cousin. Billy ends up vouching for him as in no, they're not married. They weren't together. She's crazy. She's delusional.
Mm.
This is Billy, nigga's cousin. So I thought.
So Billy
But
was
now
the
that Billy is
middleman.
cleared up, we're gonna fast forward to October. So August, when I talked to her, September, his birthday, October. October is when we decided that we were going to get married.
How the hell he gonna marry you when he already
So
married?
October rolls around. Me and him, we are ring shopping. We're talking about what colors
Rebecca
we
said that's
wanted for our
crazy.
wedding.
Yes.
Like what people we was gonna have in the wedding. And at this time, Billy, Nika's cousin, which Nika is the wife, is saying like kind of in on it too. So when we do this all October, going towards the
Yes,
end of
Joanne.
November. Now this is where it get real juicy. So towards the end of November, I end up going through his phone and I see that he had a trip. He was in a group chat with some people. One of the people being the wife Nika, and he had a group chat talking about going on a trip for her birthday. Her birthday was in November. I never confronted him about I never confronted him about going on a trip until it was like a day or two before the trip. And I was like, "Do you have something to tell me?" And he was basically like, no, I don't have nothing to tell you. So I just, confront Tyrone like, "You're going on this trip with her and her people." And Tyrone gets
That's true,
all
Robert.
sentimental and he like, "I had paid for the trip a year in advance, and that's the only reason I'm going. Baby, if you don't want me to go, I ain't gonna go, whatever like that. But I'm gonna lose all my money. I didn't pay 14. I think he told me he paid like 14,000 for this trip. So I'm like, okay, don't worry about it. I don't want you to lose your 14,000 or whatever. So y'all, let me tell y'all, it's like time for the trip. And I'm still salty. So basically they head to Jamaica and all this other stuff. So I'm hawking this woman page down. When I say I'm hawking her page down, because he told me like I'm not gonna see her on the trip. We're not sleeping in the same room. We're not gonna be around each other. Woo. So I just end up getting mad, making posts like, you with another woman, but you got a girl. You want to trip with another woman, but you got a whole girl at home. Being me, I guess she sees the post and she basically like, I ain't the other girl. I'm the wife. You basically the other girl. So she ends up posting pictures of them taking pictures together. They was on the beach together. They was they was together, and he told me he didn't even see her on this trip. So at that point, I'm just 38
Girl, do you
hot.
think
It's
that man
too
was
much
paying all
life
that
going on
money
in a
for a
city
trip to go
killing
by
me
himself?
little
That was another
lives.
red flag.
So when he get back, I go into full detective mode. I mean, when I say full detective mode, I'm checking their
Exactly,
phone
Joanne. I
every
was going to
day.
say that. Like,
So
that
I
was
see
a
like
hell of
some
a
of us
trip for
have
that much
together,
money.
but every time I would check that phone, they would never have any messages.
Because he took him out.
Your Fingerhead Betty
Girl,
credit
these
account
young
gives
girls
you
must come and
access to
thank you.
thousands of top
He
brand
took the
names and
messages out the
everyday
phone so
essentials.
you won't
Low
see
monthly
it.
payments to stretch your budget.
Period.
So when I say they would never have any messages, I mean they wouldn't even have one single message. So I could never basically get
Put
what
them
I
together.
wanted. Although I had those messages she had sent from before, I'm like, oh, his phone was hacked in, so those messages not even true. So I wanted like some evidence that they were
Uh-huh, Latte. That's true too,
actually
because
married.
men
So
do that.
I really could not get that from his phone. And not even to mention this part, because I forgot this part. He flew
Marriage
this woman
license.
first class
Yes, PJ.
not Vegas, to Jamaica. He took me to Vegas. He flew her first class to Jamaica.
Because that's his
So
wife.
not even
That's his
just
wife.
flying
Exactly,
first class.
PJ.
Let me get into the nitty gritty. Me and him
Hey, Miss
had a business
Sherry.
trip planned. And what this man did was the day up that we were supposed to go on the trip, he told me basically the plane had broke down and we weren't
Lord
able to go because they
Jesus.
had
Stop.
canceled the flight and basically he was getting his money back. So for me, I'm gonna say I had packed. I don't know if he had packed. He said he had packed and had his clothes up in the car. So I had packed all my clothes up. I had bought me some new clothes, bought me some new shoes. I had got my hair done and everything. And the plane breaks down. So I'm sad. I'm like, dang, this is gonna be our first trip out the country. Like, that was gonna be my first time out the country. So I'm just like, dang, the plane broke down. Like, what our luck? just believing him because at this time he's my man. So I'm believing what my man telling me because there's no way my man finna lie about this plane breaking down when he got all these businesses and Range Rovers and BMW and homes, right? Before I continue to part 4, I wanted to do a quick intermission. Number one, everybody is asking, why did you stay? Why did you believe him and all this other stuff? At this time, me and him were living together.
Lord have
I
mercy.
later found out that we were only living together because he told his wife that he was living on like at our job. He did not say
On
that,
base.
he didn't tell her that he was living with me.
Hey
The
Terry.
next thing I'm going to say is I really thought was self-explanatory, but I am not the wife. My name is Kyla. His wife's name is Nika. There's two different things. I'm not the wife. And the last thing I want to say is I understand that this is a touchy
Late
subject for some people, and
crazy.
some people have, past trauma with stuff like this. But that don't mean come to my page and be mean,
Look, Tay
you
said,
know,
boy, tinker, tinker.
when I've already been through enough, as y'all can see. Like it's much more to the story. So that don't mean come on my page and be rude and mean because of your past trauma. You cannot tell me that I knew something that I did not know. At this time, like I
I
told
don't
y'all, I
believe
was
she knew,
19
but
years
it was some
old.
red
I
flags
did
that she
not know
missed.
about looking up a marriage certificate. I did not know about looking up a divorce. I did not know about any of that. I'm going to get back to the part of us living together because a part of us living together is a big reason why I stayed with him for so long and why I believed him. And another thing I want to say is the reason that I added Shayla and Billy into my last story time is because they also played a big role in the stories. For example, I used to always go back and forth with Shayla and
Thank you, Terry.
Nika. Shayla being Billy's wife, Billy being Nika's cousin. Everybody is asking me about the wife, and I don't know how she felt. I don't know her side of the story. If y'all want her side of the story, y'all would probably have to request that from her. I don't know
What's her
how she felt at
TikTok?
the time and what she was going through. Like I told y'all in the intermission, he
Yeah,
moved
PJ,
out
get that TikTok.
from her. I did not know they lived together. He told me that he lived at our job. So he moved out from her and moved in with me in my barracks room. I'm going to explain a barracks room for people who don't know what it is. A barracks room is something that the people in the military give, like single junior sailors who don't have children. So he moved in with me in my barracks room.
This spray slays. I knew that
I'm
Lee
surprised the
Engineering had
military
mattered for
didn't
Lumi since the
something
beginning.
to him
It
because they
took
don't
us
play that
over a
cheating
year
stuff.
to formulate a spray.
So with us living together, why would I think that he's married when we are living together? We are in the same place. I would not think he was married. I know it's a lot of red flags with him going on a trip, but again, we live together. Another thing is people are saying, why did I let him go on a trip? He was already going on a trip. The trip was already paid for. It was like 1 or 2 days before the trip when I had confronted him. And the only reason I waited to confront him is because I didn't want him knowing that I had the password to his phone. So that's the reason I waited to confront him. Now let's kick it into part 4. We're gonna really get down to it. So I told you that we had lived together, and this is where Billy and Shayla really kind of comes into play. So I have a friend, and I'm gonna call her Kai. So my friend Kai was supposed to be talking to Billy, which
Hey,
is
T Love.
Shayla's husband.
Thanks for
Billy is
joining.
also Nick's cousin. Keep this in mind. So Tyrone comes to me and was like, Billy wants Kai, which is my friend's information. So I'm like, okay. So I send Tyrone um, Kai's information, like her number, her Instagram, her Facebook, so he could give it to Billy because I'm thinking Billy wanted her information. So next thing I know, my friend is texting Billy, supposedly Shayla's husband, and they have been talking for, texting back and forth for a little minute. So happens it comes to where I want to check his phone one day, and I see that he has all these pictures of my friend Kai in his phone. They have each other on social media. They're liking each other pictures back and forth. They have each other number. And this was just weird to me because I'm like, I gave this to him to give to Billy. And this is kind of also around the time where it's starting to approach for our anniversary. So he basically tells me like I can't spend time with you for our anniversary. I'm going to Jamaica with Billy. I also found that kind of odd because I'm like,
Girl,
why of
anniversary.
all
Shit,
the
he was
people on our
married.
anniversary you want to go to Jamaica with Billy? So again, as I'm searching through his phone and I
Yes,
see that he
Latte.
has my friend information, my
Hey,
friend
Miss
knowing that
Ray.
they've basically been communicating, but all the messages are kind of deleted, so I can't really see what they're talking about. I also am being told that he wants to go to Jamaica with Billy. So as I'm going through the phone, I see that it's this random number in his phone and it's saved under T. So I get to looking at the messages and it was like, hey, it was
Latte
like him
crazy.
saying like you beautiful and all this other stuff. And like the girl was kind of telling him like I'm pregnant. And I'm just like, so as she's telling him like I'm pregnant, my tummy hurts and all this other stuff, I just get to like going up and going up and I'm starting to see like this number is a Jamaica number, and also they're not even texting on regular phone. They're texting on WhatsApp. Be mindful, these messages are
Hey,
sexual, so
Lisa.
I do end up confronting him, and I'm like, "Who is this you're texting on WhatsApp?"
Hit the like button as you come in
He
for me,
tells me
please. I
that
appreciate
this
it. Thank
nigga
you,
posted
guys.
that he's texting sexual on WhatsApp, and that's why the name Xavier is T.
He will tell
So
you
I
it's
end up getting the
crazy.
number. I download WhatsApp and I call her, and I asked her to explain to me what was going on and how does she know him, or I'm going to call her job. She basically explains to me that they met in Jamaica. She is a Jamaican citizen, and I guess they met at the resort that he
Hey,
stays
Hasana.
at with his wife, Nika, on her birthday on a $14,000 trip that they flew first class to. Side note is I never had any intention to call her job, but I just really wanted to get the information out because I kept uncovering lie after lie after lie. So not only did I find out that he is supposedly having a wife, I found my friend in his phone, and then again I found the Jamaica girl in his phone. So at this point, I'm just like, it's so much going on, and him basically having a wife kind of just puts
Exactly,
in the back of my
Latte.
mind because
Yes.
it's two more people that I gotta check about. And at this time, I really just break down. I just start crying because I'm just like, what is the problem? Is it me? Like, what is going on? Are you married? Why
Yes,
are
it's you.
you
You're blind.
communicating with my
You was very
friend?
sidetracked.
And my friend was supposed to be talking to Billy. Why are you communicating with a Jamaica girl that lives in Jamaica? And why is she saying that she's pregnant? And he kind of basically deflects the situation and he ends up taking me out to eat and he gives me some little things or whatever. So it kind of got pushed to the back of my mind, but it was always still lingering like I wasn't happy during that time. The only thing that I can say that was true that he did say is that he had a BMW. So the BMW was not even his, it was his wife's sneaker. And I would drive it and he would drive my car. And so that day, I ended up taking a picture inside the BMW because, we were out on a date. Nika sees it and then makes a post basically like her enemy in her car, something like that. So I'm just like, forget this. You got some explaining to
That's
do.
true,
So
Latte.
I gave him an ultimatum. I said, you have a week to show me that you are divorced or I'm leaving. And by the end of that week, he had divorce papers in hand with his and her signature on there. So where we left off at is me and him um, booking a Jamaica trip and praying breaking down. So it's like after he came back from that Jamaica trip with
Yes,
her,
Joanne. She was
he was
driving the
like
wife car the
going
whole
off,
time.
but he was talking this big
And he
game like
told
he
it
had
was his.
15,000 in his pocket. Another red flag was he had a very big gambling habit. So not only he have a very big gambling habit, but he was
And
supposedly
keep in
supposed to
mind,
be
y'all, a lot of
taking
people that's in the army, they are
different
narcissists.
stores or gas
Big
stations that
ones.
he had and his like homes that he was selling or whatever.
Not saying he's one.
And
He could have.
He also said that he
had
owned a
some
water
traits of it.
company and had his own like well, and he sold water, and the water was named after his daughter. So a few months passed by, and he just hits me up like, "Baby, I really need you to do me
It's a
this
good
big
idea.
favor. Can you do me this favor?" Let me pause right there. So another big thing in our relationship was he supposedly got paid every Wednesday from his two gas stations $100,000. So every Wednesday, he said that he made $100,000 from his gas
Hey,
station.
Auntie
I'm just like,
Strokes, I knew you was
so when he
coming.
called me, it was a Tuesday. No, actually, it was a Wednesday because he was like, "Baby, I need a big favor." So I'm just like, "What's up? What you need?" And he was like, "I need $5,000."
Mm.
And I'm just looking around like $5,000. Like, where the hell you gonna get that from? Because I don't. I'm not gonna say I don't have that kind of money, but I'm a big saver. That's the thing about me. I save, 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 save. He also knew that because he had my bank account information, and he also knew that I was a big saver because he could see it in my bank.
Mm,
So when
mm,
he asked
mm,
to
mm.
borrow the five thousand
Lord
dollars,
have
I would say
mercy.
at this time it was like
Girl,
1000.
you messing with a
So
married man, you done gave the man your banking
and
account, you
then
driving
he
his
was
wife
supposed to
car.
give it back to me
What
at
the hell?
1800, which is 6 p.m. because that's
What's
when
up,
they
Barry
sent me
Boots?
a hundred thousand
What's
dollars
going
to
on,
me
Queen?
from his two gas stations that he owned. So I'm telling him, I was like, I don't know if I can give you 5,000, but I can give you like 2,000. So I gave him like $2,000.
Hey, Miss
And he was
J.
basically telling me like the
Hey,
money
Miss
was to pay his
Davis.
employees, and he really needed this money because he come pay his
I'm
employees
about
at
to
the gas
start
station
driving, but I'm
because
tuning in.
the
Okay, Miss J.
people were renovating, and he didn't get to get his money, so the money had got delayed because they were renovating. And I know now it sounds stupid, but at that time it had made like perfect sense to me. Like I really didn't see why he would lie to me because we're in a relationship, so I didn't see why he would be lying to me about something like that.
Yeah, it's very
So I
cold,
give
Barry
him that
Boots.
two
It is.
thousand. When I give him that 2,000, he takes it, and then maybe like 30 minutes later, he was like, the video stopped. But maybe like 30 minutes later, he was like, "I need another 1,000." And like 30 minutes after that, he was like, "I need another 1,000." So we had 2,000. He needed another 1,000. And then 30 minutes after that, he said, "He needed another 1,000." And then he was like, "He need another 1,000." So we up to 5,000. Although I said I did not want to give him 5,000, he still got 5,000. So we texted for like up to like an hour after that, and then he just disappears on me. So 1800 rolls around or 6 p.m. rolls around, and I'm just like, I'm texting him, blowing him up, like, are you going to send the money? Not trying to bug him, but I was like, maybe, something happened with the store and the employees, and, he's handling that. So maybe that's why he's not texting me back. So I eventually just fall asleep because he never texts me back, and I wake up to not a message. So I was texting him and texting him. He texted me back. He waited till about 12 p.m. and texted me like, "What you doing, baby?" And I was like, "Nothing. Where you been at? Like, what you doing? I ain't talked to
Okay,
you."
Lisa.
And he was like, "I was talking to my dad. My dad run my store, so I was having to sort this out or whatever. But I'm gonna give you your money today." So the day ends and it comes nighttime, and I never get my money. So I'm asking him about the money, and then he just catches an attitude with me. He was like, "I did that for you. I did that for you."
Oh,
Let me
narcissistic
also say this
behavior. I
5,000 was
just
a
said that.
loan. This 5,000 was a loan. And that's why he's telling me, like, "I did that for you. I'm trying to boost your credit up. This gonna help your credit. You said he has me about some money, but I'm trying to help your credit." And in my little 19-year-old mind, I didn't know enough about credit to even know, what he was even talking about. So I'm just like, okay, like, I wasn't trying to upset you or nothing like that. I just want to see when I was going to get my money back because it was a
You
loan and
too, Barry
loans can
Boots.
delay
Be
payment.
safe.
So we're going to fast forward to a couple months later, and he's driving my car to work every day. I lived right by the job, so I would walk to work, and he didn't. So, and he also supposedly his cars were in the shop, so he had to drive my cars to work every day. He wrecks my car, and then I end up having to send him over
Hey, Auntie Lynn.
2,000 plus
You
dollars
right,
to get
Latae.
my car fixed. Number one being people asking like why I'm so dumb and stuff like that, and
We not. We know.
I wanted to say that.
Right, PJ.
Young.
Sometimes,
Just young.
well, I've heard that sometimes when you already have your mind made up and you already have what God, have like, in your head what God already wants you to, what you want God to say is what I should say, that you can't even realize what He's telling you because you already have your mind made up. Another thing is, I really don't want this to happen to nobody, so I understand what y'all saying, and I really hope it don't happen to nobody, but it has happened to me. I am not lying. I have proof. I have talked to his wife, and we have compared notes basically, and we came to the conclusion. I am not here to make nobody feel comfortable. I don't have to apologize to anybody besides her and her child. I did not do anything to y'all. I am not the woman that took your husband. So please be nice. So let's get into part five. And I just wanted to take it back a little bit because I kind of skipped past the Billy situation and I really want to get this part out. I went back and I wanted to.
Wait a minute. She said that she didn't take his wife. But if I'm not mistaken, in the beginning of this video, she said that she found out that this man was married. She said she found out. Now, in the process of her finding out that this man was married, why did she continue to keep messing with him? But you said you didn't do nothing wrong, but you found out that he was, and you continue to keep messing with him. So I just want to understand, like, why you feel like you didn't do anything wrong. I understand you was young, you was 19, he was in his 40s. I do feel like he took advantage of you. He was manipulating you, he was lying to you, he was gaslighting you, he was doing all those things to you. But in the process of that, when you did found out, because it was a lot of red flags there before you even found out. Then after the fact that you did find out, it was more red flags even coming, but you continue to keep messing with this man.
Say how I met Billy and why was my friend talking to Billy in the first place. So me and Billy has never actually met in person. We
Oh,
only
sorry,
met
Joanne. I
on the
wasn't even in the
phone, which
comments.
we did
Sorry,
not
sis.
FaceTime. So again, we never met in person.
Exactly.
I
And the
originally
and the
met
wife
Billy
did tell her
because my
that.
baby
Yes, I
daddy was
forgot that
going on
part. Yes.
vacation to my baby daddy's hometown. It was over the phone again, so I really cannot see who the person actually was. He just told me that this person is Billy, Nika's cousin. So fast forward back to Vegas, I again had never met Billy. So I was able to talk on the phone with who God knows who he had put on that phone. But again, I'm assuming that it's Billy Nika's cousin. So when I say that my friend was talking to Billy and why he was talking to Billy, when me and Billy did talk on the phone, which was Tyrone's phone, he would be on the phone with me like, "Oh yeah, I hate my wife. I'm only with her because she's a money getter, and that's the only reason I stay with her." And he would be telling how his wife is so dirty,
Whew, red
and
flags.
he can't stand her. He wants him a new girl. So Tyrone comes up with the bright idea.
Okay. Now, I don't like this. I don't, and a lot of women need to stop doing this. When a man dog out his ex baby mother, ex girlfriend, or ex wife, wherever the situation may be, that's a red flag from the jump. Okay? That's a red flag from the jump because that's not what a woman wants to see a man do if she's a real woman. Okay? And if he's a real man and want to be with you, he's not going to do that. He's going to come in this relationship and worry about you and him building. Not, I can't stand my baby mother. I hate her. She did this. She did that. So I want to say when an ex-husband, ex-boyfriend, ex-baby father does something like this, women, please always look at that as a red flag. Okay? I feel like that is messy. It's childish. Okay? Why do you want to bring that up if you want to get in a relationship with me? Okay, now down the line, after we're together or whatever, and if you want to share your story, that's cool. But when a man do that in the beginning, that is a big red flag number one. Period.
Hey, let's put him on with Kai. Kai being my friend. So, like I told you, I gave my baby daddy Kai's information. and I guess Kai and Billy, from my understanding, had started talking. So when I found the information in
If y'all want to support me today, my
Tyrone, me and
goal
my
is
baby daddy's
$40, or you
phone,
can buy me
I was
a
like,
coffee.
I kind of got in my head
I
like,
would
I
appreciate
gave this
y'all's
information to
support.
Billy, and you got it. And like I said, I didn't have Billy's information, so I could never contact Billy myself. I was always only talking with him through Tyrone, and I couldn't ask him in front of Tyrone because then Tyrone would have hung up that phone. I wouldn't have been able to get no answers.
Mhm.
He was
I
always in his
questioned
phone
my
though.
friend. Since everybody's
You
asking
could
that
have got
question
it
for my friend, I
yourself.
did question my friend, and
Exactly,
she
my
could never
boy.
give me a straight answer. It was always like, well, like she could never give me a straight answer to why they were ever having each other's information or even in communication when they weren't supposed to be. But I really want y'all to
Right, Miss
remember
Davis. Facts.
these particular parts because it gets really important as I
Exactly.
go along with the
Red
story.
flag number one.
I
Exactly,
also
Auntie
want to note
Strokes.
that if you can't tell right now, Billy is not actually Billy. To this day, I actually don't know who Billy was. But I can say that Billy was not actually Nika's cousin. Who I was talking to was not actually Nika's cousin and was somebody that was playing and pretending to be Billy over the phone to bait me in and basically get me to listen to what he was saying about Nika. So that actually ties into the situation with my friend and basically him talking to my friend and not Billy talking to my friend. That also ties back
Yes,
into
Latte, because she was young.
him
They
talking
played it because she was
about
young.
his wife, which he actually never was. That also ties back into us planning the wedding and Billy kind of helping us in a way when he actually wasn't. And this also ties back into my karma because again, I gave my friend Billy information knowing that he was talk, married with Shayla and she was talking to my baby daddy. So there's karma for you. So now we got past the Billy part and we understand that Billy is not even Billy. And we understand that he's married. And we understand that he was messing with a Jamaican girl. And we understand that he was also talking to my friend. I also want to note this. He did actually pay $14K for that trip. That's not a lie. So now my birthday rolls around. My birthday's in January and it's time for me to turn the big 20. I turned 20 and we have this big old trip planned. Like, we've, got clothes, we've ordered clothes, we've ordered shoes, we've like jewelry, everything. We have everything planned and we're going on this trip. So the day of my birthday comes around and he's MIA. He's not calling me. He's not picking up the
Now,
phone. I'm ready
another
to
red
go.
flag. He did the
I
same
have
thing to you when
packed.
it
I
was
have
his
my
birthday.
clothes on. I'm ready to go. I woke up early just to get ready. I had got my hair done, and he's nowhere to be found. My birthday comes, and all day I'm just worried. I'm looking for him because I'm like, we have this trip plan, and he's not even contacting me. So it's getting close to approaching like night. It isn't night, but it's past midnight.
Yes, Miss
You
Davis.
understand? It's
Yes.
about 4 or 5. And he's like, I've been real busy. Like, we still going. Bull crap, y'all. He was lying. So he comes over to my place and he was like, are you ready to go? And I was like, yeah. So okay, we lived in San Diego at this time. So he drives me to Texas Roadhouse and I believe it was Oceanside. It was either Oceanside or Mira Mesa. I forgot which one it is. I really don't remember, but I know we went to Texas Roadhouse. So I just went with the flow. I was like, maybe we're going to eat and then go on the trip. No, that wasn't in his plans. I also wanted to note that he didn't have any bags in the car. So I was assuming that maybe it was in the trunk. People put their bags in the trunk. So after we get done eating, he looks to me and he was like, so what you want to do now? I'm like, what I want to do now? So when you was like, what you want to do now? I was just like, I
Yeah,
don't
she did say
know.
they
Like,
lived together.
I don't know. I thought we were going this place. I never said I thought we were going this place because again, I didn't want to like bug him. Be like, I thought we were going yes. I'm just like, I don't know. And he was like, I got the perfect idea for you. Just wait, just wait. So we driving, and then he drives to this beach that was like a far distance from San Diego. So we just at this random beach walking. And at this point, I get agitated. So I just asked him, like, I thought we were going out of town. And he was like, I didn't tell you. They canceled our tickets. So we can't go. We're going to have to pick another day. They canceled our tickets. I don't know why. And I also want to put out there, anytime I would
Another
question
council
about
ticket.
his marriage, about talking to other women, about, you know, certain things, he would get very defensive. He would yell. He would basically deflect it on me as if I'm bothering him or I'm running him away. So that would shy me away from asking questions because, again, I'm not really a confrontational person. I don't handle conflict well. So when he would get in that defense mode and, you know, want to yell and stuff like that, then, you know, I would like kind of back down because like maybe I'm doing too much. You know what I'm saying? I also want to know why I'm telling all these parts at this time. I'm not even pregnant. So I had went through all of this before I had even got pregnant. So
And
now that
that's
I
why you
gave
shouldn't
y'all
have
a
got
bunch of
pregnant.
background, not really all the background because it's much more, but I gave y'all a bunch enough for y'all to paint a picture and see that, you know, this was his story, this is his life. And in the next few parts, I'm going to skip to when I was pregnant and uncovering how he told the lie. I mean, how I found out he was lying and everything like that. Another thing I wanted to note is that I can tell that some of y'all aren't really watching the videos because, again, y'all are saying, why did I believe him? I did tell y'all that he did have divorce papers. So y'all saying that I could have looked up a divorce decree. I did not know that. But again, I did ask him for the divorce papers and he did provide divorce papers.
Girl, he probably printed them
I
offline.
really should have put that in the beginning because I don't know if y'all going to watch to the end. But again, please watch to the end because, like I said, he had divorce papers. I also want to take this time out to let y'all know that I have took accountability for my actions and things that I had to play. I am not trying to be the victim in this story. I'm just telling the story how it is. And if that makes me sound like a victim, then I'm sorry about it. But I'm just telling the story of
Exactly,
how
Miss Ray.
the
That's
events that
true.
happened.
I wanted to fast forward to me getting pregnant. So I want to say a couple months before I got pregnant, he was like really asking me to have a baby. He was begging me to get pregnant, and I was like, no, let's wait till I'm like 25 or 26. I'm too young right now. And at this time, I'm 20 years old. So he's just telling me as I'm telling him, no, I want to wait. He's telling me like his daughter really wants a sibling, and
Lord have mercy,
he doesn't
Jesus.
like have nobody at the house with
Help
her.
her, Lord.
He was portrayed to me to be a single father. So he was just telling me it was just him and her at the house. And by this time, he had moved out of my house. So him and his daughter was
Well,
living
wait a
in the
minute,
same
y'all.
house,
Wait, hold on, because
separately by themselves.
wait, I don't understand. You already knew about the wife. He showed you the divorce papers to let you know he was married, but he was getting divorced. He lied to you when it came to your birthday. He didn't come around. He lied to you about the trip, rather. Then the same thing happened when his birthday came around. He didn't answer the phone. When he came around, he lied. These are a lot of red flags. Then he turns around and tell you he want a baby. The baby, his other baby want a sibling. You telling him you didn't want another baby. You didn't want a baby because you're young. But you seeing so many red flags with this man. So many red flags with the person Billy and the other person. This was so many red flags. You say he talked about the wife this, the wife that. Like it was just so many red flags. So I feel if you did not want a baby, and because you already knew he was married, you knew about the lies, the manipulation, the gaslighting, okay? You should have protected yourself so you would not get pregnant by this man. If you already told this man that you did not want a baby by this man. And again, when a man comes to you and started talking about his ex-wife, ex-girlfriend, ex-baby mother, Those are big red flags. Now, if they're going to come to you and say, oh, yeah, my ex wife, we're not together anymore, but she's a great mom, to my son, my daughter, that's fine. But when they come to you and literally dog their ex wife out, their ex girlfriend, the ex baby mother, that is a huge red flag because they're going to do you the same exact way. You're not exempt. You're just next on the list. That's just how I look at it.
So I eventually end up getting pregnant just off the strength of him constantly begging and stuff like that. So I just end up getting pregnant. So
God
first he was
damn,
very
boy.
excited. He was so happy and like was just
The
happy to be
baby
having
got
another baby because he
military
told me that
benefits.
he wanted me to really
Exactly.
be on it. So when so maybe like a couple weeks later he started changing like, oh no, you can't keep the baby, like you can't keep the baby, we gotta go to the clinic and all this other stuff. So keep in mind, I was contemplating it. I'm not gonna lie, I was contemplating it, but I was just like, okay, maybe this is the
Oh,
right
yes,
time. And I
Miss
also looked
Davis.
at it was at
Ooh.
the right time before I had even got pregnant. So he's steady going back and
That
forth
baby
with
sound
he wants the
congested.
baby, he doesn't want the baby. Be mindful at this time he also had my car. So he was still driving my car. So it comes time to where he was like, you want your car back? And I'm like, yes. So he finally gets me my car back. And, I'm still pregnant at this time. And I get to drive in my car and my brakes not working. So as I see the brakes isn't working, I'm just calling him like, I have to end up putting on like my little emergency brakes and like getting a mechanic to tow it to the shop or whatever. I was calling, calling, calling. He was not answering that phone. He would not pick up for me. So when I tell the mechanic what happened and I'm describing what happened, because at this time I did not know my brakes weren't working. Like, of course I was pushing down on my brakes and they weren't working, but I'm no mechanic. I'm just a girl. So again, I'm just like something's wrong with my car and my car isn't stopping. So the mechanic ends up going under the hood. I end up going home until the mechanic got done and he called my phone. He was like, somebody cut your brakes.
Woo.
And in the back of my mind, I'm like, who would cut my brakes? I was like, are you sure that it's a cut? Because I was like, are you sure that it just didn't break? Which I had known that it didn't break. 'Cause I had just got my car like I forgot the word for it, but like basically got my car and looked at it and everything was fine. And he was like, no, somebody cut your brake line. So I was calling him that whole day and he didn't end up answering tonight. He was like, what's going on? And I'm just like, somebody cut my brake line or whatever. And I'm kind of just going off on him a little bit because I'm just like, what is going on? Why is my brake line cut? And I'm thinking maybe it was another woman was in my car and got mad at him and cut my brakes. If y'all hear any noise, that's my baby, just a disclaimer. So we're at the part where my brake line
Well,
is
I
cut.
heard it.
I have yet to go to the doctor as well. Like I was not going to the doctor, and it was just because I was such in bad spirit. Like everything was just weighing on me. I was going through stuff with trying to see if he was married. It was also other women. He was talking to other women while I was pregnant. So I had not even been to the doctor yet. And this also comes into play later. So another thing is I would always drop him off at home. And at this time when I dropped him off at home, I was pregnant. And when I was pregnant, I was sick the whole time again because I was not getting any medical, assistance. So I was very sick. And when I'm dropping him at home, I had to throw up so bad, y'all. Like when I said so bad, and I had just finished eating some Wendy's, and I was trying to get out the car and throw up, and he grabs me aggressively by my arm, like, "No, don't get out the car. Throw up in this bag." And I'm like, "Wait, why? Like I gotta throw up. I don't want to throw up in my car. I don't want my car smelling like throw up." And he was just like, "No, throw up in this bag. I'm gonna throw the bag away. I'm gonna take the bag and throw it away. Throw up in this bag." And that was so weird to me
He was
because
very
I was just
controlling.
like, why do you want me to throw up in the bag? I've dropped him off at home plenty of times. Granted, I've never got out, but I've dropped you off at home several times. Why do you want me to throw up in this bag all of a sudden? Lo and darn behold, y'all. Lo and darn behold. Though my wife lived there. But honestly, I'm getting too far ahead of myself. So give me a minute. So as my pregnancy continues, me and him are still on the ship together. We're still on the ship together. Me and him eventually ends up getting caught up and we get in some trouble. Since everybody was asking that, yes, I did get in trouble already. And this is the time where I was like, forget it. I'm gonna go to the hospital. I'm already caught up. I'm about to see what's wrong, what's going on with me and this baby. So I finally go to the hospital, finally go to the hospital. And they told me, like, you're 22 weeks. And I'm just like, dang, like, I'm so far along. And they was like, do you want to keep it or whatever? And I was like, I'm going to get back to you. So I finally told him, did he want to keep it? And his final answer was no.
22
So
weeks.
with his final answer being no, and I was 22 weeks, we go and get an estimate for how much would it cost to get a, I don't know if I can say that word. And the people were like 1,500, and that was just the estimate. It could have been more depending on what they wanted because I was so far along in my pregnancy. Again, I was 22 weeks, about to be 23 weeks. And I
Exactly,
remember
Miss Ray,
telling
but
him, like,
she's
I don't
choose to
have the
stay.
funds to afford that. If you can afford it, we can do it, but I just don't have that money. So, if you can pay for it. And he was kept saying, I'm gonna get the money, I'm gonna pay for it. He never ends up getting the money. But at this time, he's supposedly making 100K every Wednesday, which I just didn't understand why he just didn't pay the money. Hey, friend, girl. I've been sick. My baby been sick. So, girl, I'm sorry, but I'm back.
Hey, Miss
If
Williams.
y'all hear anything, that is definitely Marley. She is so freaking loud. So hey, baby. But let me put out a couple disclaimers.
Okay,
Now,
Miss
these
Williams.
comments really don't get to me, but what really irks my nerves is that my baby daddy's concubines is coming to my page as if I didn't say he has a wife. Baby, I'm nobody to speak to. Go speak to management. That would be the wife. And y'all know why? Because I'm not about to sit here and go back and forth with a man girlfriend when he already got 3 kids, about 3 different women, and a wife. For what?
But there's no need for you to talk
For
about it now because you knew that in the
so what?
beginning now.
So
So
what?
now you're trying to down the
So
man.
me being pregnant. So basically, after he cut the brakes, me and him, this is the time where we kind of started really falling off. Like I I basically started to lose feelings. I really had already started to lose feelings once I had found out I was pregnant. And I don't know if it was just like a snap in me, but it was just like I can't raise no baby with this man. And he would try to like make up for things. Like he would be so mean and hateful to me. And then he would want to come with like some flowers or a little bit of money when he already owed me well over 7,000 plus dollars because again the money that he when he breaks my car, the money that he took from me to get my car fixed, he never even got the car fixed. He would
Mm,
also always be
mm,
talking
mm,
to other
mm.
women when I was pregnant. I kept catching him talking to women, and it was just too much. So yeah, I just ended up kind of losing feelings. We weren't really talking. I went to every doctor's appointment alone, girl. It was just crazy. And another thing is, I know a lot of y'all say what y'all would have done in this situation, but y'all just don't understand what I had been through. I was away from my family, and that was kind of my only friend. I had lost all my friends by being with him. I would be arguing with my friends and stuff. So it was kind of my only friend. That's the person I talk to every day. So if I didn't talk to him, then who would I be talking to? And nothing is, my relationship with God was also not where I wanted it to be at the time. And that's when I started building my relationship with God, I was kind of able to detach from him. So let's kick it back into the story. I ended up moving away, and at this time, I had started getting close with his sister. We're gonna call his sister Gorilla. So me and
Now, why
Gorilla
you
would
want to
be
call
talking
his
on the
sister
phone
that?
every day. We would be chatting. She would be inviting me on trips with their family. Like we having family trips, and she would always invite me. I never end up going because my intuition was telling me not to go. One day, me and Gorilla is on the phone talking, and something prompted me to start asking her questions. So I was like, Gorilla, do Tyrone have these stores? Gorilla was like, no, girl, he ain't got no stores. So I was like, Gorilla, do Tyrone have these sort of cars? She was like, no, he never owned them cars. And so I'm like, Gorilla, is Tyrone married? And she was like, yeah, he's married. So I'm like, Glorilla, like not Glorilla, Gorilla, why you didn't tell me? And she was like, girl, don't tell him I told you. I really don't want him to know I told you. But yeah, he's married and stuff like that.
So I'm like, okay, dang, like me and Gorilla, we cool at this time. I'm trying to hatch up a plan to bring this to his attention. And I just like a couple days had went by, and from my knowledge, his wife, Mika, ended up getting a text. I will have her come and correct me in the comments if I'm wrong, but she ended
He
up
never
getting a
had the
text
business, Joanne.
saying
The sister
that
confirmed it,
like your man is
but
having a
she
baby
told
or
her
something
don't
like
tell
that.
it.
She showed me the text, so I know she got this text message. I did not text her. Let me put that in there. I did not text her. We don't know for sure who texted her, but I do believe that it was Gorilla. The reason I believe that it was Gorilla is because her and Tyrone, which is my baby daddy, have such a love hate relationship, and they talk bad about each other, and they cool 1 minute and they not cool the next, and they tell each other business. And I feel like Gorilla just wanted to get this off her chest
Mm.
and let the wife know that I was pregnant. I still haven't brought this to his attention that Gorilla told me about him basically having a fake life, about him not having stores, him not having a water company, him not having these cars, him not having none of the stuff that he told me about, and basically him having a wife, which was one of the biggest things. So that day, I think the day that she got text, me and her ended up getting into it on Facebook. I don't remember how, but I will go back and tell the story once me and her talk about it. Once we got into it on Facebook, it ended up getting to the point where she was like, text me. And then I replied back on Facebook, was like, I can't text you. You got my number blocked. And then she replied and was like, no, I believe she texted me at that time. I think this was Cinco de Mayo, actually. So this was Cinco de Mayo or the day before Cinco de Mayo. And me and her sat on the phone for about 4 hours, I believe.
Mm.
And we're basically comparing notes and like, we're doing all of that. And she ended up telling me she was going to call me when she got home to basically show me that they were living together. I don't know if I put that in there, but they were living together, although he lied and said, he was a single father. So when she FaceTimed me and walked in that house, why was Tyrone laying on that couch? I could about jump through that phone and start wearing him out. I'm telling you. Where I left off at was she walked in the house and he was laying on the couch. I didn't say nothing. She didn't say nothing. From my knowledge, she went up to her room, or the room in the house. And that whole night, I was so sick to my stomach. And I already told you I was sick while I was pregnant, but I could not get no sleep. I was sick to my stomach, and I had to go to work tomorrow. And I was so big and pregnant, and like my baby was moving. Like when I say my stress level was up to here, because his sister had already told me, but when she walked in that house and she showed me, that was just like a different feeling. And also at the time, me and him are not even talking like that. I mean, he would text me every blue moon, but he would never be asking me like how the baby's doing, how my appointment's going. Like I would have to tell him like I went to an ultrasound today. Would you like to see it or something like that? Like he would never come and ask me about me and Marley. If y'all hear some heavy breathing, that is my baby. She's still a little stuffy, y'all.
Shout out to the baby.
So
We hear
that
the baby.
weekend, I had a trip planned to actually go out with my friends and go to the beach. I had not even been out since I was pregnant. I was stuck in the house. I had just moved to a new city. I was still in California, but it was a new city that was some hours away. So, um, I just had a plan to go out with my friends. But that and them being together was on my mind so bad, and they just showed me everything she was telling me was the truth. That trip was them being together was the truth. Although I seen the pictures, also yes, I wanted to answer this question too. I seen the pictures of the trip, right? But he told me that the reason that they took the pictures on the trip is because the hotel made them, and the woman was like basically grabbing on him, forcing him to take a picture with her because it was her birthday. So I just started to realize everything that she had told me was true. Like them having sex on his birthday, the same day that we did something, them being together on the trip.
And I basically was like, let me send her this proof that basically I did not know about what was going on and basically what he was telling me. So I started sending her the screenshots, the pictures, the videos, everything, just so she could see, like, baby, I was not trying to be like wrecking what you call it? Wrecking homes or home wrecking or whatever the heck it's called, but I was not trying to be that way. So at this point, me and her kind of start talking every day. Like we kind of start talking every day, basically comparing notes on him, trying to figure out,
Thank you,
what was
Joanne.
the truth, what was a lie. And I found out so much stuff, like way more than I could even imagine, like all the lies and the deception and him not being a single father. I also wanted to say that he would tell me like I'm a single father. My neighbor watches my baby because sometimes he would come and spend a night with me, and his story would be my neighbor is watching my baby, and I would kind of find it funny. I'm just like, why are you letting your neighbors watch your baby? Like that was weird to me. She isn't actually a baby. She's about 10 or 11 years old, but still, it was weird to me that he would be letting his neighbors watch his baby. So in my pregnancy, I had already had like a hypertension, and if you've ever been pregnant, you know what that is. I had high blood pressure and stuff like that. So I was just stressed. So I was going to the doctor, really checking on my baby because it was like I was so stressed. I thought that I was harming her. And oh my God, y'all, this is so crazy. Nika was so sweet during this time. Like she would be checking on me every day. She would be calling. She would be texting. Like y'all, she was like acting like doing what my baby daddy should have been doing, and he wasn't calling, he wasn't texting, he wasn't checking on me or anything like that. In the next part, I'm gonna get to how he found out and how me and him even got back into contact. We left off with me and
What's
her
up, OG? You been listening?
coordinating, and basically like, yeah, we own him because we own to something. You've been lying. So yes, we at that part, and so basically he's sitting around.
OG, you been listening to the
Me and her
story?
don't know nothing. So I am still cool with Gorilla at this time, even though she had been acting phony, not telling me what was up with him. I'm
All
still
right, she'll
cool
come
with
back up.
Gorilla. Cool, cool, cool. So I tell Gorilla like, yeah, I talked to Nika. And Gorilla was basically on my side at first. I mean, Gorilla is on his phone like, yes, girl, he finna get what's coming to him, and um, girl,
Gorilla was playing both
somebody telling
sides.
me to
That's
go
what she was
have
doing.
somebody else telling me to go have sex with another man, knowing that I'm pregnant with her brother baby. And
Let's
we,
take
as y'all can
crazy.
see right now, me and Gorilla on the verge of falling out because she
Okay,
acting
got you.
crazy.
And OG,
So
check
back
your
during this time,
inbox
I
on
tell Gorilla
IG. I
about the
sent you a
situation that
message.
me and Nika had, thinking that she was
Okay,
gonna
let me
like
write it
split
down now.
between me and her.
Give me 1 second.
No, Gorilla go back and tell him. The reason I feel like Gorilla
Y'all give
even
me a
told
second.
him
Do
it
something
to
right
begin with,
quick.
I feel like she was trying to cover her tracks because she knows she had gave me all this information, and I kept it solid with Gorilla. I never even let him know at first that Gorilla had told me all this information. So for her to go back and tell something that I told her, it was very fake to me because I'm like, Gorilla, I thought we was keeping secrets. So I told you how me and her would always be talking. We would be talking for hours and hours. Can't even lie. We would talk for hours and hours because basically we wanted to get down to the bottom of it. But we got caught, girl. He caught us talking. And one day we was talking for like 4 hours, y'all. He stood outside their house for 4 hours and recorded us talking
Thank
and
you,
brought
OG.
it
I
on
got it.
record and sent it
Appreciate
to
you, sis.
Gorilla.
And check your inbox too. I sent you
So
a message this morning.
Nika basically had said that
I need you to help
Gorilla
me do
couldn't
something.
fight, or she didn't say that she couldn't fight, but she had basically said like she had
All
never
right, let me
seen
get
her fight.
to the
All she seen her
chat.
do was cry. Oh, y'all, Gorilla had took that to heart, but she didn't take it to heart on Nika. She took it to heart on me.
I want to know why
So
she
she was
was
like,
okay with
"B
having.
word, I'm gonna beat you and Nika up," and um, all this other stuff just talking crazy at the mouth. And if you know me in person,
That's
you
true,
know I don't
Latoya. I
really
want to know that too.
spitbox like that. I'm gonna say a little some, but I'm not gonna sit here and spitbox with Gorilla knowing that we live in two different states. We live across the country. And Gorilla, you're not whooping me, baby. So this gets to the point where basically this is kind of where me and Tyrone starts to get back in contact. Because I told you he wasn't calling, he wasn't checking on the baby, but about some drama, Tyrone was on it. So me and him get back in contact. And this man was going off on me. I was getting texts from anonymous numbers saying they want my baby to, you know, they want her gone. They're gonna kick me in the stomach and everything. I think I still have some of their messages. My next video is gonna be about the messages and stuff like that. I'm gonna show all of that. It won't be me talking. It's gonna be me showing evidence. Cause I'm sick of people saying I'm lying. But yes, y'all, he was trying to get his family to
Nobody
fight
can lie
me.
about this.
He wanted Gorilla to fight me. Like he was basically, and he was also trying to get me basically to turn against Nika, telling me like Nika was saying all this stuff about me to Shayla. Be mindful, Shayla is Billy's wife. So yeah, saying that she was talking about me with Shayla, and she had used me for the information and all this other stuff.
That's what they exactly did to you. They
Honey,
used you.
whether she was talking about me with Shayla or
They,
not,
they
and whether
definitely
she
did
used me
that.
for the information had to be out because you was lying. And he know he was lying. So yeah, I told him. But that is when like he kind of just started going crazy. He would be talking bad to me all the time. Like he had never called to check on the baby. He had never called to show up to a doctor's appointment, although most of the doctor's appointment was across the street from his house, right across. I don't mean a 5 minute drive. I mean like a 5 minute walk. He could have walked there. Not even 5 minutes though. But he would rather be in some mess, some female mess at this, with me, Gorilla, Shayla. Well, no, Shayla wasn't in this, I don't think. Nah, Shayla wasn't in this. So me, Gorilla, and Nika. Be mindful, they never called Nika with the drummer. They never called Nika with the
Okay,
drummer.
got you, OG.
In the
Hold on, let me
background,
get
play on
this
the
off
YouTube
first.
Music app. You can
Let me
play
get this
official
off.
tracks and live recordings in the background while you
And from what they told me, Nika was with shit. So they never called her with the drummer. They would only call me with the drummer. They know Nika way more than they know me. So they would send
Okay,
me
got you,
calls, but they
OG.
only call me. So that's when, he would be calling me and stuff. I would be trying to get answers from him. I'm like, why did you lie? Why did you have sex with her and all this other stuff? And he would just be lying. Like he would not confess the truth to me. He just kept lying. And every time he would lie, I would go and report back to Nika and confirm that this man was lying about these events that took place. And that's when Nika started showing me that when they went to Jamaica, this man had his ring on. He had his ring on like, oh my God, y'all don't understand. When she showed me this man had his ring on in Jamaica, y'all, my heart literally had broke. Like I could feel my heart outside of my chest. Like I could literally feel it and see it pumping. Because I'm like, why did you have your ring on if you wasn't married?
Girl, he
And
told you he was.
his excuse was that picture was took 4 years ago. Although it's in the same clothes that he sent me a picture with that he had on when he was on the trip. So I was so confused. So this is also when I had started finding out that basically Billy wasn't Billy. I had not known that at first, but then this is when I had basically let Nika know that Billy was the one that was telling me also that y'all wasn't married. And Nika was like, Billy, that's like my brother. They cousins, but they was raised as siblings from my understanding. She like, that's like my brother. Like, nah. Billy didn't do that. And I'm like, no, I used to talk to Billy, like I used to be on the phone with Billy all the time. Like, yeah, me and Billy close. Yeah. So this is when me and Billy gets in contact with each other because basically through Nika,
And when he get on that phone, I darn knew that wasn't him that I was talking to, because Billy, the real Billy, has a very strong accent, and he draws out his
It
words
sounds like
like
they
what I
played her
heard.
all
And
across
when
the
he was on that
board.
phone, I'm like, no, 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 no,
All
no.
across
This
the
not
board, they
this
played
not the
her.
Billy
And
I
she
know.
fell
This
for
not the
everything.
Billy
They
that
set
was
up.
calling me all the
She
time.
fell for
No, this is
everything.
not Billy. So that's just another one of his lies that I had to uncover while being pregnant, while being alone, not around family, not around anybody. I was so alone that my um higher ups let me go home to have my baby because I had nobody where I lived at. So basically, me and Gorilla, we fought out. And when I say we fall out, I mean we fought out bad. Like we cussing each other out. Like we is going at it because
Exactly, Latae.
like Gorilla was just being fake. And to this day, I still can't stand Gorilla because she's fake. But basically, Tyrone, he will be going.
But you know, she can't even call Gorilla fake because at the end of the day, that's his sister. And that's her brother. You understand what I'm saying? So you should have thought to yourself that, you know what I'm saying, this is a setup. You know what I'm saying? You asking her stuff, she's telling you, but she's going to still be there for her brother no matter what. Okay? And if you want to be a fool to continue to mess with her brother, you know, and he's married, then that's on you. But you asked her questions and she told you the truth. But you saying she fake. But you know, at the end of the day, they were still siblings. But you choose to keep getting engaged in conversations with her. Okay. I mean, I understand you was only 20 years old, and okay, that is young, but come on, some things just got to make sense to you. I don't care what age you at. Okay. I don't care what's your age. Certain things just gotta you gotta know when things is not sounding right, looking right. You gotta feel like when things are red flags. Um, you gotta see when the behavior is just repeated behavior. I mean, you seen this. You knew this man wasn't right. I'm not gonna sit here and just say this man just completely dog you. I mean, because you allowed this man to do all the things, some of the things that he did to you. You allowed that. Because in the beginning, you did say that you did find out he was married. He admitted to you that he was married. He showed you the divorce papers. I mean, you didn't know anything about divorce papers. Okay, I grant you that. He probably went on the website, printed up fake divorce papers, and showed them to you. And you accept them as he was getting divorced. Now you know that this would cost this man a lot of money to get divorced. Okay? So he felt like it was cheaper to keep her and just cheat and have a baby on her. Okay? He knew he was not going to get divorced from his wife. And you should have known that also. So I don't want you to keep sitting here like putting your age involved. I was 20, I was 19, and I turned 20. You know, I was young and dumb. I was blind to a lot of things. But after a while, things should have been coming to light to you. It should have been more vigilant to you. Like something with this ain't right. You knew he was married when he said he wanted to have a baby by you also. You knew that. So a lot of these things was your fault. You cannot blame this man for everything. That's just how I feel about it.
Going back and forth, like one day he would be saying, "Oh, I want to be together" and all this stuff. Then the next day he would be going off on me, and he
Oh
always
no, she just gave her a fake
use
name.
me for
OG.
everything that I had until he couldn't no more. And that's why I say to the young girls that he is messing with, that's coming to my page, just looking for trouble. For one, I'm gonna just let y'all know I'm not the one that you want trouble with.
Exactly, Latae.
And for two,
Exactly.
you're gonna get the same results because for one, you cannot be with
The
a
sister
married
didn't have
man
no
and think
respect
that
for
it's
her.
gonna work. Like it's not gonna work. And even if
And
he
the
wasn't
sister
married,
felt
he's
like
just
she had no
enjoying
loyalty with her
life
neither.
with person at the
Period.
moment. Not trying to say that he can't be fixed with God's, work, but he's not looking for that right now. So all I'm gonna say is make sure that you keep your head on the swivel when you're around that man. So I want to go to when it was time for me to have the baby. So even before I had my baby, basically, it was time. I had to go home because I had no family, and Tyrone, he wasn't helping me or anything like that. So I had to go back home to my hometown to have my baby. So I go home, and it's time for me to go in labor.
I had already told Tyrone, like, okay, this is the week that I'm going to have my baby. I already knew the week that I was going to have my baby because they let me know. So when I told him, he's basically bouncing back and forth when he was coming, he wasn't coming. And then his excuse was, oh, Nika was going to tell and all this other stuff. And I'm like, I've already talked to her and she's not even on there. Like, she doesn't even care. So basically, I have my baby and he doesn't even check on us. Like, I had to text him and be like, oh, I had the baby. Like, do you want to see her? So when I let him know, like, oh, I had the baby, do you want to see her? He was just like, yeah. So, I had sent him some pictures and stuff like that. And he was like, she pretty, the regular, smegular, degular. But then
YouTube Premium is ad-free YouTube and the YouTube Music app all together. One subscription, 2 apps. Try 1 month free.
in the hospital, he going off about me talking to Nika. And the reason I feel like he was going off is because he never wanted to get a divorce. That man planned on staying with her and basically cheating. I also let him know that I never encouraged her to get a divorce. Like, if she got a divorce from you, that's because she wanted to, because I never encouraged her to get a divorce. I never lied to her and say, like, oh, he treated me so good and he did all this for me. No, I was blunt and honest with her. And I told him, like, you can ask her. Like, I never encouraged a divorce. And on top of me not encouraging a divorce, she's a grown woman with her own mind. So if she's divorcing you, she's probably tired of you, like I am. So after I had my baby, my mama was there the first day. I had ended up having to have a C-section because my baby heart stopped. Ugh, y'all. Hold on. Y'all had to stop because y'all get emotional about my baby. What? But yeah,
Right,
my heart
Latae.
had stopped, and I ended up having to have a C-section, emergency C-section, and y'm
Exactly, Auntie
he was
Strokes.
like not
Exactly.
concerned at all. He was so stuck on the drama, and basically, yeah, like he was just stuck on the drama. But let me rewind a little bit. So me, him, and Nika were on three-way one day. He didn't know Nika was on three-way, but we were on three-way one day, and me and him were talking. And he was basically like, I told you how those fake numbers texting somebody they wanted to hurt my baby and stuff. They were also texting my mama, saying the same thing. So my mama started going off on a fake page and stuff like that. And then he ended up saying something that the not the fake page, but the fake number had said. And I was like, ooh, Tyrone, that was you on that fake page talking about me and my baby like that. And he was like, nah, well, I'm just saying that. And my thing is, I was so glad that Nika was on that phone because she just literally heard him say exactly what my mama had said to the fake number. So let me go back. So like I said, my mama was there the first day, but my mama also had to work. So I was there for 4 days because I had a C-section and my baby had to get like all these things done. So I was just really up there, by myself. Like my mama would bring me some food and some people would come and check in and stuff, but I was basically by myself, which he was supposed to be there, but he just had every excuse in the book for why he wasn't there.
Maybe he was married.
And that part had really hurt me. Like I understand that I
Exactly,
had got
PJ.
myself into this, and I'm a mom, so you gotta be a mom now. But it was just like you the dad too, and you didn't even show up to the birth. And even afterwards, he was sending gorilla pictures of my baby out after I had already asked him not to. And I wasn't being bitter, but Gorilla and Tyrone is heavy with the voodoo stuff. They entertain voodoo stuff, and I don't entertain crap like that. And I know that if she really wanted to hurt me, she knew to hurt me through my child. So I was assuming that, maybe she was going to do something with the pictures and take it to the voodoo people because that's what she do.
I'm back, y'all. So where I left off at is me having my baby. You know, let me say this first. I took some time off to really get myself together. I really didn't understand how triggering telling all this stuff would be, you know. So I had to take some time off, get myself together. People were being negative about my story. So yeah. So I ended up having my baby. And people don't understand it was so embarrassing having a baby by yourself. Like you in the hospital and you seeing all these people with their kids and their, their newborn baby and their husband or their boyfriend and everybody in there supporting them, and it's just me and my mama. And my mama only could stay for one day because she had to work. So after I had my baby, it was honestly just straight drama. And I just want to say that my baby is of lighter complexion, but I am as well. And my daughter dad is of darker complexion. So he was just like, oh, she's light skinned and stuff. But if you see my daughter's dad, they have like the same everything. Like she looks like me, but she also looks just like him. So he was kind of just basically not really wanting to kind of take responsibility. I think just because of the embarrassment that he had went through with his wife finding out and everything like that. So he was pretty embarrassed. So it was like this one time he had basically something like he was coming to see her, and he basically tricked me that whole day to me. He was on the way, he got on the plane, he headed there, and radio silence. Like I don't hear nothing back from him, nothing. I'm sitting kids in the car. I'm like, are you here? Have you made it? Like, I know you said you were coming to see her. Like, blowing his phone up, y'all.
When a veteran deploys, a whole family deploys. You feel those effects when your veteran
But
comes
the
home.
thing is, how many times he lied to
Coming
you?
back home was even harder.
He never takes me back. I went to sleep and everything. Be mindful. I had my baby bags packed. He was supposed to be coming to get her. I had my baby
Hey, bless
bags
me, y'all,
packed
mention
and everything. And I know y'all like after all he's done, like you really had hope in him. Like I really did. And that when I say that really had hurt my feelings so bad because I'm like, wow, you really missed the birth. And then now it's time for you to see her and you fake like you're coming and you don't even show up. That was crazy to me. And at this time, I'm still communicating with his wife. I'm still keeping her kind of just updated with what's going on or whatever like that. You know, not it's kind of hard to explain, but we're kind of still
Hey, Adrian.
going, exchanging things and stuff like that. So me and him ended up, after getting into a really big fight because I'm just like, wow, you already didn't show up to the birth and now you lie about coming to see her and watch her for me and stuff like that. And I kind of was alone during my postpartum thing. I couldn't really get nobody to watch her like that. Like my mama was working. So I'm just sitting at home in the bed, breastfeeding a baby all day long. Like just literally at home. And while I'm breastfeeding, he's just telling me how fat I am, how ugly I am, like all this crap after I just had his baby. And everybody know after you have a baby, you're already feeling a certain type of way. Like your hormones are all over the place. You're already feeling like, dang, like I got this baby weight. Like I had a C-section scar. Like it was just everything. And then on top of that, while I was in labor, I don't know if I said this in the other part, but my daughter's heart had stopped. So I had to have an emergency C-section. The doctors didn't even catch my daughter's heart had stopped. So it was kind of, it was crazy. And then in the hospital, she wasn't able to eat. She was losing weight. And I was just stressed out. And I'm like, the one person that I need to be here at the moment is not here. So that was that. And it was hard to get my milk supply up. It was just everything. So what it all boiled down to is I'm still here. I'm still happy. My daughter's still happy. I'm a great mom. I take care of her. And, it was his loss. And, I just told him, I hope it was all worth it. All the stuff that you did, all the stuff that you're doing. I hope it was all worth it. And I just wished him the best. So,
But I don't know why she think the wife will have a relationship with her and you sit there and have a baby by her husband.
This is still going on right now. This is not an old story. This is still going on. My daughter is only 5 months old. So
That's the baby.
it's still going on. And I also want to let the haters know and the people in my hometown know you cannot spread my business. I am not ashamed of anything that I've been through. Y'all going around saying I got pregnant by an old man. That's not nothing. I did. It's not nothing I'm
Well, he
ashamed of.
wasn't
I did
old,
that.
but he was just older than you. I don't think he was
Yeah,
old.
I
40
know.
something ain't old.
But age is nothing to me. So all the rumors being spread, all the stuff being talked, that's nothing to me. I want to say thank you to everybody that listened to my story and that supported my story. And I'm here to answer any questions and anything that y'all have to say. You know, I know the story was kind of all over the place, you know, because it was so much to the story and it's all took place over a 2 year span. So the story was all over the place. This story was probably all over the place. But it all boils down to I had my baby by myself. He was upset.
Exactly, Joanne. I agree.
That was that. So I'm good.
What it do, everyday people, man? It's your boy PJ.
All righty, y'all. That was the end of that one, y'all. Now, what did y'all like? Tell me what y'all think about that. I mean, what do y'all think she went wrong at? What do y'all think the man went wrong at? Like, literally, like, for real. Do y'all think she did too much? I mean, because I just said, excuse me, it was red flags there. Like, all the red flags was right there. She knew the man was married. She said it. I mean, I just didn't understand what else to tell her. Like, you stop liking his sister. You got to remember, like, his sister is his sister. And the sister was not going to, like, be on your side forever. Like, I don't know. So y'all just tell me what y'all think about it while I'm getting y'all another lineup right here. You know? I try to do 2 a day with y'all. I like these story times if y'all like them. I try to do things for y'all, you know? I really do. Shout out to my man PJ again for letting me use his videos. Shout out to him. Yeah. Like, I don't know. I mean, I just felt like, baby, I just feel like she missed all the red flags. Now I understand she young. I understand that. I take that in consideration because they definitely played her. But I just felt like it was time for her to wake up and see the shit for what it was. You know, that's how I feel. The red flag was always exactly. I agree with you, D. She should have just left the situation altogether. Facts. Facts. Just left it alone. I mean, even y'all before she got pregnant, she knew the man was married because she said that. She stated it. So it ain't like she didn't know. It's like I just feel like she put herself in a bad situation. Now I don't know if he take care of the baby or not, y'all. I don't know. Because I gotta see if it's a part 2 to this. So I don't know. All right, this is a female narcissist bullying. Ooh. Yeah, I got some stories coming up on them, y'all. So stay tuned. I got some stories coming up on some narcissists. So stay tuned for that. I've been doing a lot of research on those last night. And so I do got definitely some stories coming up for those. So stay tuned. Because y'all may love them. So I was trying to find this other story for y'all. But it seems like every time I got darn it, look for it, I could not darn it find. All right, this story right, I don't know. Okay, this story here is a part 2 and part 3. I think the wife serves the husband divorce paper and took the kids. Let's get into this story, y'all. Because this is a part I'm going to do I'm gonna do this one. Right. I think it's a part 2 and 3 to this. I don't know if it's a 1 to this. I have to look, but let's get into this one right here. Let's see.
Now, I need y'all to know this is not a plug for the show. I don't typically tell folks that I'm even a part of the show. We keep it very quiet. I don't even think my ex-wife has even watched any of the episodes. We don't really talk about it. As I mentioned, it's not one of the prouder things that I've been involved with. I love my family, love what we do, but just the show, we just don't really talk about it. And also, for anyone that's planning on going to watch the show, keep in mind that it's a reality show. It's not real life. It's a version of reality. So they took this narrative of us moving and not telling our family. They took that narrative and
so let's see what this about.
Blew it out of proportion, and they put you in situations that you normally
there were a lot of red flags in the beginning, and she should have gone. She shouldn't have got involved with a married man. That's true, Rebecca.
One conversation like, "Oh my gosh, y'all moved."
Private was telling us some stuff she didn't want to expect, and that's why she didn't like her. She wanted her to be on her side. Yes.
Now,
yes, she's young.
I'm gonna skip ahead because if you want to see
but
what happens,
she's gonna learn.
You can
Yep, she sure will. She learned already.
Like I say, watch at your own risk. But as a result of all the drama that happened on the show, they put a lot of pressure on my wife. She was just kind of the scapegoat of the show. And a lot of it, as I mentioned, just blew completely out of proportion. She's arguing with her sister. She's like, "This is my business. Y'all don't need to know everything that's going on." And then now they're doing therapy appointments on the show. And it just blew up into just a tremendous amount of drama. So this is very taxing for my wife, completely understandably. I'm backpedaling financially. So, I'm looking at being a broke brother-in-law again, which is crazy. I'm like, why couldn't they have started the show during the years when I was prosperous? Now I'm backpedaling, but she always had my back. She was always by my side. She always let me know it wasn't about the money, not about the material. Like, I'm with you, babe. So as a result of all the drama that ensued on the TV show, we were also thinking it's maybe time for us to leave and make a move and get out of here. We were thinking of uprooting again for the third time. Like I said, the first time was Detroit. Second time was California. Now we're planning on uprooting and moving to Texas. So that's exactly what we did. Once the show wrapped up, we pretty much got to the point to where we said, we're out of here. The show created a lot of animosity between my ex-wife and her sisters and family, just because the way all the drama worked out. But if you want to understand anything in between all of that, just go and watch the TV show, but watch at your own risk. So the first season of the show has wrapped up. We've landed in Austin, Texas, and immediately things start to take off for us. I find work really quickly. We find a really nice place to stay. My wife at the time.
Now, I don't know this story, y'all, so I'm just, y'all, we got to get into it.
As much time as you need and figure out your purpose in life, what it is that you want to do with the rest of your life. She decided she wants to go back to school, get her master's degree, and become a therapist. Fantastic. Let's make that happen. So during this time, she was actually still taking classes in Tennessee. So a couple times a month, I'd fly her back and forth to Tennessee. Eventually, she transferred to classes in Dallas, Texas, which was really fun for the family because we would load the kids up, spend a couple weekends a month in Dallas. I'm taking care of the kids while mom is focusing on finishing up her studies. So that was a really fun time for us. So eventually she graduates, and now she's in a position where she can start contributing to the household. So things are looking really well for us. During this time, the second season of the show is coming around. Now, her sisters had been extending all kind of olive branches to make amends so they could get, their sisterhood going again. But my wife didn't want anything to do with it. I mean, they would send gifts. She'd send the gifts back. I mean, she didn't want anything to do with it. But the second season of the show is coming around, and we're thinking, we're far from rich, but we're doing okay. But we're thinking if the second season of the show does really well, it could be a huge opportunity for us. So we decided, okay, we'll go ahead and do the second season. Second season is as much drama as the first season. It's a reality TV show. This is what comes with the package. So when the third season came around, by that time we were out. There's no way we're going to do another season. And the first and second season were already very taxing on my wife because during this time I'm still dealing with the manic episodes as well. Now, by this time, I had become a master at dealing with the manic episodes. Couple trips to the hospital, and it was really the same pattern as the first time that I told you. Like, okay, babe, yep, I'm the one that's with the problem. Let's go to the hospital. Okay, yep, I'll make sure they talk to me as long as they talk to you. Let's just get through this. But, in the meantime, I get some mind-blowing sex, but I became a master at navigating the manic episodes. So we kind of got that part kind of worked out. But I did get to a point to where I talked to her and I said,
Okay, Auntie Tracy, thank you for being a
going
member
on.
for
Like,
4 months,
maybe
and
we
thank you for the
consider
99, the
seeing a
1999 super
psychiatrist or
sticker. I
maybe
love
on
you,
some sort of
sis.
medication, because at this point I still didn't have a diagnosis of what was really going on with her. But she assured me I'm fine. There's nothing wrong with me. If anything, there's something wrong with you. Like she was talking about me, like maybe there's something wrong with you, which was the same pattern that we had over the years. But I had become so good at managing life with the manic episodes, I didn't put too much pressure on it. So moving forward, we had also started to build a lot of buzz around media. We had a local show on CBS that we were doing regular segments on talking about relationships. Now, if you want to see any of our segments, go to cbsaustin.com. In the search, type in my last name, Rockman, and you'll be able to see some of our segments. And we had a lot of good chemistry on the show. We were also doing a radio show, so we're getting a lot of buzz. Like things are going really, really well for us. And we were also doing a marriage ministry. We were traveling all over the country. We were doing marriage workshops all over the country. Like things couldn't be better for us at this point in our life until her mother got sick. That was the night everything changed. It's January 2020. My wife is now almost done with all her requirements for school. She's now in a position where she's about to start working and now contributing to the household. We're in the development of having our own TV show. We have 3 wonderful children. I mean, life couldn't be better at this point in our life. And then we get a call from Tennessee. Mom is sick. We don't know if she's going to make it. You guys need to get up here. Okay, great. We're on our way. No problem. So we load up the kids. Now we got to drive to Tennessee. Not realizing this would be the last weekend that we would spend together as a family. This would be the last weekend that we would be together as a couple. So we get to Tennessee and immediately there's drama because this is years after the show. And my wife is still not talking to her sisters. And as a matter of fact, she refuses to even be in the room with them when she visits her mom. So we have to wait for her sisters to leave before we go in and check on mom. After some time, over that weekend, it turns out mom is pulling through. We think she's going to be okay. There's some complications, but we think mom's going to pull through. She's going to be all right. So it was a quick trip. We had to turn right back around and get back
Thank
to
you, Donald.
Texas
Hey, baby.
because the kids got to get back to school. I have to get back to work. So we're on the road driving back to Texas. And I'm starting to notice what I've seen so many times before. We're going into another manic episode. Okay, no problem. I've seen this before. I'm a master at navigating manic episodes. No problem. We can get this done. Except this one is different. This one is manic episode on level 10. It's something different about this one. But I'm saying to myself, you know what? Her mother is in a situation. We didn't know if she was gonna make it. I totally understand. But I tell you what, so one of the signs that I would regularly see when I know we're going into a manic episode and I have to step into manic management mode is she, in addition to what I already told you, the crazy sex, she gets overly communicative. And so I'm noticing on this drive back, she is on her phone and she is sending text messages as long as my intro to this story. She is chopping away. She trying to light fire on that phone. And I'm looking like, whoa, my goodness. But once again, this is an uncanny situation. We don't know, mama's in a bad place. So I'm like doing the normal thing that I do. Buckle down. I got to make sure the kids are taken care of, make sure everyone's good, and we'll get through this. And then later on tonight, I might get some of that wild, So we get back home. It's a Sunday night. Kids got to go to school in the morning. I have to go to work. Put everybody to bed. It's a normal night. I get up the next morning, my normal routine, get the kids ready for school, go to work. It's a normal day. She's at home. She's resting. I know it's been a long weekend for her. So I go to work, normal day at work. And at this time, I was working Uber as well. So I would work my regular 9 to 5. And then from like 5 until midnight, I would drive Uber just to make some additional income. So I'm grinding. So I do my normal thing. I get off my regular 9 to 5. Then I click my Uber on. All right, now it's time to go to work. Then I start getting calls from the kids. Kids blowing my phone up, texting me, calling me. I'm like, kids, what's going on? Dad, we hungry. Where's mom at? We don't know where mom is. I'm hungry. I want something to eat. Dad, can you please come home? And I'm like, okay, let me call your mother real quick. I call my Janice, where are you? I'm calling her. I can't get a hold of her. I have no idea where she is. I'm calling. She's not picking up the phone. She's not picking up text messages. And I'm like, what is going on? Some time goes by and I'm like, okay, I got to go home and take care of the kids and make sure they're good. So I reroute. I'm on my way home. Great. Now I get a call from my wife. Ring, ring. Oh, hey, babe. Yeah, everything is good. I got the kids. Yeah, babe, where you been at? The kids been calling me. They saying they hungry. They say they can't find you. What's going on? Like, is everything okay? Yeah, I'm good, baby. Sorry. I'll make sure the kids get something to eat. Everybody's good. Okay, great. No problem. Fantastic. So I go back to doing my regular grind. Now I'm driving. I'm thinking everything at home is taken care of. Well, I decide to end a little early tonight. So it's around 11 o'clock. I drive home like I normally do. I get home and I pull up. Nobody's home. Kids not home. Wife not home. Car's gone. Where is everybody? Where's my family? It's 11 o'clock at night. It's a school night. The kids got to go to school in the morning. Where is everybody? Okay. So I'm scrambling. I'm looking around like, where's my wife? I'm calling her. She's not picking up the phone again. What's going on? So she was sick over that weekend. Like she had a cold and her throat was hurting really bad. So I'm thinking maybe she went to the hospital. So there's an ER that was about a mile down from where we live. So I drive to the hospital. She's not at the hospital. And I'm freaking out at this point. Like, where is my family? So I don't have any other choice. I can't figure out where they are. So my only option is just to drive home. So I drive home, I get home, and guess who pulls up at the same time that I do? At midnight. My wife with the children in the car. Now the children are buzzing when they get out the car. Oh yeah, they getting out. Oh yeah. And I'm like, I'm upset at this point. And my wife and I rarely argue, and I rarely get upset. But I'm looking at her like, what? I'm really upset with you. Where were you? I couldn't get a hold of you. What was going on? You had me extremely worried. I'm thinking like, where's my family? And the kids got to go to school in the morning. What is going on? Here's where it gets really bizarre. She's not talking to me. She's whispering. Because supposedly her throat hurts too much to actually talk. And so she's whispering, I'll talk to you in a minute. Don't worry, I will tell you. And I'm like, well,
I hope she didn't have another man on it.
What was going on? I was extremely worried. And she's still whispering, I'll tell you what's going on.
Sound like she
So
might have
she's
had
not
another
giving
sugar
me
daddy
any
somewhere.
information. Okay, so we get in the house. I'm pissed at this point. We get in the house and put the kids to bed. And I tell her, like, okay, are you ready to talk to me now? Because you need to let me know what's going on. Where were you tonight? And why were you out so late? And why couldn't I get a hold of you? Everything's going to be okay. Don't worry. And this is just
wow.
Roof, all this whispering. So then she's talking about my throat hurts too much. I'm going to write a note. So then she write notes. But she writing these notes without, I don't like, it's not giving me any information.
That sounds
She's
weird.
Writing notes and just scribbling down jargon that doesn't make any sense whatsoever. Where were you last night? I was looking for you. I'm calling you. What is with all this whispering? You got to tell me what's going on. Okay, I'm going to tell you what's going on. She's still writing notes. She writing notes.
Exactly, Lisa.
And the notes aren't giving me any information. So eventually the kids go to sleep. I give up. She goes, and it's about 2:00 in the morning at this point. We arguing back and forth, but she's not giving me any information. She's not even talking to me. She's just writing notes. And I'm like, I couldn't find you guys last night. I'm just, at this point, I'm just mad. It's about 2:00 in the morning. She goes and locks herself in the bathroom. When she locks herself in the bathroom, she starts making all these crazy noises that sounded something like, and I'm like,
oh wow, that sounds weird and scary.
But she has the door locked. And I'm exhausted at this point. So I go to sleep. So this is Monday night. I get up Tuesday morning. She's still locked in the bathroom.
What?
Okay. She comes out of the bathroom all wet, like I guess she took a bath, all night bath. I'm not even asking about the noise.
Is she having a mental breakdown?
So exhausted, and I'm trying to figure out what was going on last night.
Hello, Yvonne.
So she's still whispering and not giving me any information. And she's still writing these doggone notes.
No, y'all, this sounds spooky.
Extremely frustrated at this point. So I'm still fighting and trying to get some information out of her. I'm not getting anything. Now, one thing that I told you guys, what did I tell y'all that comes along with the manic episodes is the crazy sex. So in the midst of me arguing and trying to get some information out of her, all of a sudden now, guess what? She wants to have sex. Now, I told y'all that the manic sex is off the chain. This is on a whole nother level as we going into it. She pushing me around. She throwing me on the bed. It is wild. And she asking me to do all this wild stuff to her. And I'm like, I know I was upset about wherever you were last night. But now at this point, I'm like, okay, well, at least this is my treat that I get for dealing with this manic madness. So I'm like, okay, let's get into it. At a certain point, I get.
You think she got another man, Latte? I was saying that too. It's kind of like weird. Like,
I don't know what she was thinking. She reached up and grabbed me by the balls, and she started squeezing as tight as she could.
oh Lord!
And I started screaming like a baby. Let me go.
You sure she ain't got the demon in her like that? Oh Lord!
I don't know what to do. And she just gripping harder and harder and harder. And this is a moment that I will regret for the rest of my life. As long as the 20 years that my wife and I have been married, I never put my hands on her. But for whatever reason, I said, Janice, you need to let me go or I'm going to smack you. Why did I say that? When I said I'm going to smack you, she...
Oh, I don't know, baby. This is my first time saying this one, sis. She said these slices
back and I smacked her. I regret that. I don't condone putting your hands on a woman. It was the only thing I could think of at the moment.
Yeah, probably his reaction.
And then I declawed her nails out of my balls. She literally had me.
Yeah, I see it too. I see that too. 2 Cent. I do see that.
Coming at me. She trying to fight me. She trying to push me in. It is just crazy. And I'm trying to get her off of me. It's just madness in the bedroom. So me screaming so loud woke the kids.
He is up. I knew he was gonna say that.
6 o'clock in the morning. So it woke the kids up.
Yeah, I'm looking at it, Lisa.
Dad, are you okay? What's going on? What's going on in there? And through the midst of us tussling, for whatever reason, she stopped and laid down on the floor. Okay. Now
yeah, it does look like a patch.
Is everything okay? We're going to be all right. I'm trying to get myself together, figure out, okay, what do I do? I leave out of the room. I close the door. And now I got to try to figure out my normal routine of taking care of the kids. So, kids, nothing's wrong. Daddy just got hurt. I'm okay. Let's get you guys ready for school. Okay. And the kids are crying. They don't know what's going on, but I'm just trying to reassure them that everything is okay. So I'm going through my normal routine, getting the kids together. And then all of a sudden, I hear the loudest screams coming out of the bedroom. And then I hear banging on the wall. Boom, 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 banging on the wall. And then the kids are freaking out at this point. So I go in the room and she is in the room completely losing it. She's on the floor and she is wailing back and forth, screaming, and banging on the walls. Boom, 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 bang, bang.
Maybe he should have called the cops or something.
My daughter can't stand hearing loud bangs from that. Bang, she banging, boom, boom, And I'm like,
could have been Lisa.
What is going? I am scared at this point. I was a master at dealing with the manic episodes, but nothing like this. So I'm I don't know what to do. And the first person that I could think to call is my brother. So I call my brother.
Yes, Yvonne, I'm thinking that too. Like, what is going on? Like, yes.
I called him just on a regular phone. But I'm like, yo, bro, listen to what's going on. My wife is losing her mind, bro.
This is scary.
And my brother's like, yo, you need to call 911.
I don't know who you is backstage, but honey, you ain't coming up here. So I see you got your camera on, but I don't know you. I never seen you before. I can't let you on my stage.
My name is Rock. I'm here with my wife. She has a history of mental health issues, and she's in a position where she's unstable, and I need you guys to send someone out here. Okay, sir, is everything okay? Is this a domestic situation?
These people crazy, and they be putting their penis out and everything. Hell no.
Doing this, she's done this before. Okay, sir, you need to stay on the phone with us, and we'll get the paramedics.
I gotta see you in my chat often and know who you are. And I don't trust people like these people crazy.
Doing okay?
Then I would have to end my whole life.
So while I'm on the phone with the paramedics, she burst out of the room, and she is coming at me with everything she got. She's swinging. She had some like little metal. I can't think of what it was, but she's swinging it at me. She grabbed a broom and she's swinging the broom at me, trying to hit me with the broom. And then all the kids are around seeing all of this. And then my daughter had a blanket, and she was holding the blanket up like, no, mom, don't hit dad, don't do this. And I'm still on the phone with 911, and I'm trying to manage everything that's going on and get the
Lil Tay, I would have did the same thing, baby. I would have called the police and I would have got out of there, because I'm stuff like that. I get very scary. Oh, hell no.
Now the room, the door,
because you can't control people like that when they get in a rage like that.
Foot on the door, because she's trying to reach around the door, and she's trying to hit me around the door and just trying to get me. And I'm on the phone with the paramedic. And
so he did call the paramedics. Okay.
Y'all need to get over
here.
Yeah,
I'm looking, Lisa.
And then we get a knock on the door. So I got a knock on the door, but my foot's still on the door. She's still around the door.
Damn, that is crazy. I don't know you, sir. I just can't let you on my platform like that.
She yelling.
I don't know you like that.
Such and such. He works at such and such.
I don't let people on my platform like that.
Somebody out here for him. Blah blah blah.
That's right. You have to be careful who you let. Wait a minute, let me get this off. Who you let on your panel at all times? Yes, absolutely, sis.
So I'm thinking, if I let this door,
I can't just do that. Especially after people doing what they're doing. People came on people's platforms, took out their little wings and all that stuff. No, I ain't get my channel flagged.
They don't want to do anything. So I'm like, okay, I got to get this door. So I'm like,
got to engage more in my chat.
So I let the door go. I go answer the door, thinking it's the paramedics. I open the door.
There you go, right there in the chat, right there. He in the chat. He's above Miss Evans' comments.
Is everything okay? Can you tell me
what's in the chat?
And I'm like, okay,
Joanne,
to him, just like
please don't miss D. Next thing I'll see
mental health issues, manic episodes. We were being intimate. She grabbed me by the balls. I smacked her.
I'm talking about the video you playing. Oh, okay. I just didn't, I don't trust people. Like, I gotta protect my platform.
The house where I could look in the bedroom. Now, just 2 seconds ago, I'm thinking she's about to rush me, but now we're standing right in front of the room where you can look inside and see the room, and she's laying on the floor butt naked. Because like I mentioned, we were just about to be intimate. So she still doesn't have any clothes on. So she's laying over the floor, not laying on the floor, not a stitch of clothing on. Police.
You don't see it, Joanne?
After I finished telling him my story, he says, okay, do you mind if I go in and speak?
I think it's Hassan.
Okay.
Theater show. I think that was the name of it. Was that the name of it, y'all? One of y'all tell Joanne, because she said she can't see it.
See her getting up like,
she can't see him because it was a guy. Let her know if I'm saying the name right, y'all. Or somebody tell her the name, because it went up and I can't see it anymore.
I could see inside, but I couldn't hear what she was saying.
Oh, okay, Joanne. Hey, what's going on, boo?
Talked to me and said, yeah, we need to get some help in here. Do you want me to get the paramedics? I said, duh, that's the reason why I called.
Be safe.
So now he leaves out.
Yeah, I'm telling you that because you see what I'm saying.
I'm thinking to
in
myself,
the chat.
like, okay,
don't let everybody up on your platform. These people crazy.
Covered up. So I'm asking my daughter, like, help me get her dressed. Let's try to get some clothes on.
Thank you, Auntie Strokes. Thank you.
Trying to get clothes on her, and she not having it. She not letting us do anything. So I'm like, okay, well, let's at least put a blanket over her.
That is true, Am. Brain ain't gonna lie.
Because at this time she's still laying on the ground. So we put a blanket on her, and the paramedics come in like 4 or 5 paramedics come in. They go directly to the room and they surround her. She's laying on the floor. They surround her. Okay, ma'am, are you okay? Is everything okay, ma'am? We're here to help you. And then after a while, she stands up and she's in the middle of the circle, butt naked. All these paramedics standing around her, and then it starts to get a little intense. And then it starts to get to be a little bit of pussy.
I don't know, Amber. I think the wife went into a
And they're like,
attack.
ma'am, you have to relax, ma'am.
It sounded like
We're
something
gonna
was
have to
going
get
on
you
with his
out of here,
wife,
ma'am.
and
You
it
know,
don't sound like it
then
was
they
good.
came out and said, look, we're gonna have to close the door and deal with this. So they closed the door. And
Bless
I
that
hear
man's heart.
from
Yes.
outside of the door,
It seemed like
ma'am,
something,
we're
it
gonna
seemed
have to
like she
take
could
you
have
out
had
of
a
here.
mental
Ma'am,
breakdown
do
or
you want
something,
us
the
to give
wife.
you a shot?
Something was
We're
going
gonna have to
on.
give you a shot to sedate you, ma'am, to get you out of here. And I'm hearing all this tussling going on. And then they're like, okay, yeah, let's give her the shot. Go ahead and give her the shot. And boom, I guess they gave her the shot because after a while, everything kind of settled down. They brought a stretcher in, wrapped a blanket around her, put her on the stretcher, strapped her to the stretcher. So then now they're wheeling her out of the house on the stretcher.
Oh, I'm not
But they
Latte,
wheeled
baby.
her
I
right by
won't.
me.
I
And when
won't.
they did
I'm
that,
scary. I don't
she
like
took her
stuff like that.
ring off of her
You
finger
know,
and like
letting people up and
licked it
stuff.
like
I'm
that. Like,
scared they might do some
and
crazy
then looked me in
stuff.
the eye. She threw the ring and looked me in my eyes and said, I'm divorcing you. And then I was like, okay, babe, like I'll see you at the hospital. Cause I'm thinking to myself, like, I've seen these manic episodes before. It's never been
Yeah, I
this
think
intense.
so too,
But I'm thinking
Joanne.
she's just talking out of her mind. So they wheel her out. Now I'm standing here. It's just me and the kids. And I'm like, what just happened? And I'm just trying to figure out what are the next moves that I need to make. Okay, I can't, there's no way I can go to work today. Okay, look, I got some situations going on at home. I need to take the day off. Okay, no problem. Go ahead and take the day off. So then now I got the kids. Now, originally, I was trying to get the kids to school before everything blew up. And so now I'm like, and this was a big mistake. I don't know what I was thinking, but I took the kids to school. And I took my youngest to daycare, not thinking about the trauma they just experienced. But I'm just trying to piece together, like, how do I deal with this situation? So I get the kids to school, youngest to daycare. Now I got to go to the hospital and check on my wife. So I get to the hospital, and when I go, how you doing? My name is, my wife is, she's here. Can you let me back to go and say I'm here to check on her? Okay, what is your name, sir? Okay, 1 second, sir. And I'm like, okay. And then I'm waiting a while, like, okay, just 1 second, sir. And I'm like, why am I waiting? Like, just let me back there to go check on my wife. So then after some time, a police officer comes out. Police officer started asking me questions. How are you, sir? Okay, yeah, I'm officer such and such. And could you explain to me what happened, the situation that happened in your home? And then I explained them just like I just explained to you guys. Yep, she, we were being intimate. She has a history of manic episodes and mental health issues. She grabbed me by the balls. I was in pain. I smacked her. I regret doing that. And everything blew up from there. Okay. Well, she said you raped her, sir.
Huh?
Did you forcibly put your thumb in her whatchamacallit? Wait, she said I did what? She said I raped
What
her.
the
Yes,
hell did
sir.
he just
Did
say?
you forcibly put your thumb in her whatchamacallit? Well, yeah, I did, but she asked me to do it. And he's just going on and on about supposedly I raped her and did all these crazy things to her. And he's like, so you're going to have to wait. She doesn't want to see you. She is not going to let you back into the room to see her.
Wow.
And,
Did
we
y'all
have a
hear
detective
that?
on the way, and you're going to have to talk to the detective and explain to him what you
Wow.
just explained to me, because right now this is an investigation. Really?
Exactly,
Okay,
Lisa.
no problem.
Yes.
So I'm at the hospital. I'm talking to the police officers. They're saying this is an investigation, sir, and your wife is saying that you raped her. She's saying that you beat her, that you knocked her unconscious. Did you
Oh
do
my
all these things to her,
God.
sir?
Oh wow.
And I'm talking with the police officers, and I'm going through the whole story. telling them exactly what happened. Then one police officer leaves and another police officer comes over. And then they ask me, can you tell me what happened, sir? Explain to me what's going on. Then I got to go through the story again with the next police officer. Okay, well, we're going to have a detective come out and talk to you, sir. Okay, no problem. Then I'm sitting there waiting for a long period of time. And then another police officer comes over and I have to give the whole story again. It was like 3 or 4 police officers came and spoke with me. And then I'm thinking, like, are you guys ever going to let me check on my wife and see my wife? No, that absolutely
Yes, it's a hot mess.
happen.
Hey,
Well, I said,
Crystal.
because I knew obviously
Hey,
she
boo
didn't have
love.
any clothes on. She was butt naked when they took her out on the stretcher. So before I left the house to go and check on her, I had packed a bag with, clothes and things that I thought she might need. I said, well, can you guys at least make sure she gets these items? Because when she left the house, she didn't have any clothes on. They said, okay, that's a little odd for an abuser. I've never seen that before. An abuser actually come to the hospital to check on the person that they've abused.
Facts, that's true.
We'll make sure that she gets the bag. But based on what they were saying, I think they're understanding the story that I'm telling them. So now I get a call from the detective. The detective
the thing said, wait, what? I think he was trying to say that the cops, the detective believe his story because normally abuser, when you abuse your woman or your wife or whatever, you won't come to the hospital to bring her clothes and stuff like that.
Just stay there where you are, and it's gonna take me
exactly. He did not abuse her. Exactly, right.
Okay, no problem. Detective shows up to the hospital. I run through the whole story with him, and then he says to me, okay, now it makes sense. He said, I spoke with her and I spoke with your wife, and what she was telling me, it was jumbled. It didn't make a whole lot of sense. But now it makes sense because I went through everything with him. Last night, she had the kids out late. She was in the bathroom all night. We arguing. She's writing these notes. Then the next day we were intimate. She grabbed me by the balls. I smacked her. I went through everything. And then he said, okay, now the story is adding up. It's making sense. He said, the next step I want to
exactly because the detective, they know when you're lying.
House so I can take pictures and finish my investigation. I said, okay, no problem. But I asked again, how is she? Like, where is she? How is she doing? And she's still here. And
exactly, Jay.
This was hours I had been sitting at the hospital. He said, well, she's already
he didn't say that yet, Joanne, so I don't know. He said they wouldn't let him back there.
I said, there's absolutely
because
no
she told
way
him, she told the
y'all had to
doctors
let
and stuff
her
she didn't
get
want to
those
see him.
kids in the state that she's in. And after telling the detective the story,
exactly, no sense at all.
With the history of mental health issues and things like that, he totally understood and agreed with me. But he said, I got to get you to the house so I can finish my investigation. So we drive to the house. And at the same time that we pull up to the house, just by fate, my wife is pulling up at the exact same time. So now I'm standing on one side of the road. She's standing on the other side of the road. They're not letting us go in the house. Police officers over there talking to her. Then they come over there and talk to me. Detectives going over there talking to her. Then they come back and talk to me. And then the detective says, okay, I need to get a mental health officer to come out and talk to her.
Yeah, they do that here too.
Let's make that happen. So they have after some time of waiting, a medical police officer came out, spoke with her.
And let her out. Yes, that's what I was going to say. Lordy.
Okay, we're going to have to take her to get her some help. We can't disclose to you where we're taking her. She doesn't want to be here tonight. We do need to take her to get her some help, but we need to let her in the house to get some of her things, and then we'll let you go in the house. Okay, no problem. So then I see her going in the house. I guess she's gathering her items. She's coming back out, and in the distance, she's looking over at me, and it was just a surreal moment. And then, boom, she drives off. And they did let me know we're not going to let her get the kids. We are going to release the kids to you. But once again, the detective still needed to get in the house to finish his investigation. So the detective comes in the house, and I take him through everything in the house. Here are the marks on the wall where she was banging on the wall. This is what happened. And I'm showing him, going through the whole story and showing him exactly where in the house everything was happening. Detective's in there taking a bunch of pictures, filing, doing whatever it is that he has to do to get to the next process or the next step of his investigation. So now
Me neither. I ain't expect him to say that
leaves.
neither.
Okay, I got everything that I need, and gives me a card. It's still an investigation, so we'll be in contact with you. Okay, great. Now I got to gather myself. Now I'm sitting in the house by myself, gathering my thoughts from everything that just happened. And now I got to get myself ready to go out and get the kids. And before I leave, I get another knock on the door. So the detective has gathered all the information that he needs, lets me know that he'll follow up with me about the investigation, and leaves. Now I'm sitting there by myself. I'm looking around at all the madness and the signs of the madness that just took place. My mind is spinning, and I'm just trying to take a minute just to pull myself together. Before I could even get a chance to do that, I get a knock on the door. Okay, who's this? I go answer the door. Hi, sir. My name is such and such. I'm with Child Protective Services. I need to speak with you.
You should have known that was going to
Is it
happen.
okay if I come in? Yeah, sure. Come on inside. Sir, I've gotten some information that you've been doing some inappropriate things with the children. Are you doing this, that, and the other with the children, sir? What?
Don't tell me the wife did that.
Absolutely not. What are you talking about? Listen, where are you even getting this information from? If this is coming from my wife, I need to let y'all know
He's mentally
she has a
unstable.
history of mental health issues. We just had a huge blow up the other day. She was taken to the hospital, and I don't even know where she is. Sir, I can't disclose where I'm getting this information from.
The wife.
But we need to get the children to have a forensic interview done. I've already been to the school to talk to your children. You went to the school and spoke with my children? Yes, sir. I've already spoken with the children, and you need to get them to a forensic interview. And also, you can't take them. You're going to need to either we can pick your children up and take them, or you can find someone else that can do it. What? I can't even pick my kids up? Sir, you need to find someone else to do it, or we need to pick the children. Listen, y'all not picking my kids up. I make a phone call to my friend. Listen, I'm having a day that you cannot believe. I need your help. I'm sitting here with CPS. They're talking about I need to get the children to an interview. Can you please help me? And they said it needs to happen today. I got you. No problem. Friend agrees. So they leave. My friend picks the children up. And now I'm waiting for what feels like forever. After some time, I get a call back from my friend. Listen, they said everything.
Hey,
you said
Denise.
checks out.
Love
We're
you,
gonna release the
boo.
children back to you.
Denise, I sent something in your inbox. Check your inbox. I sent you a message. I need you to
My
help me
children
out
get
with
back
something.
home, and I just hug them, and I'm praying with them, and they're asking me, "Where's mommy? Where's mommy?" That children, I haven't heard from mommy. I don't know where she is. I'm sure she's okay. Let's just pray for her. Let's just pray and hope that she's okay. That night, we all just got in the bed. I wanted everybody close. We all got in the bed together, just piled in the bed, and we go to sleep. The next morning, we wake up, and now I got to be strong for the kids. I got to make sure they get everything they need. So I got to get my youngest to daycare. I got to get my two other children to school. Then I got to get to work, which was about a 30-minute drive. I go to work. I let my job know, look, I've got some personal things going on. I'm going to need to leave work early today because I got to get my kids from school. I don't have anyone else that can help me. I need to get the kids from school. Okay, no problem. Do whatever you got to do. They allow me to leave early. I leave that day. go back to get the kids, go home that night, same question, Daddy, where's mommy? Children, I haven't heard from mommy. I don't know where she is. She's not answering any of my calls or texts, but we're going to be okay. We're just going to pray
Yes,
for
Lisa,
mommy.
he is.
We all pop
God
in the
bless
bed
him.
together that night. We go to bed. I get up the next morning. I got to do it again. And then the next day, I got to do it again. Then a week goes by, the same pattern. Still haven't heard from my wife. Then 2 weeks go by. I still haven't heard from my wife. Then 3 weeks. Then a month goes by. Still haven't heard
Wow.
from my wife. Have no idea where she is. I'm just in this rhythm of picking the kids, taking the kids to daycare, taking the kids to school, going to work, leaving work early, back, getting the kids dinner, in the same rhythm day after day. Still haven't heard anything. And I just don't know what to do at this point, but I'm just trying to stay in a good rhythm and be strong for the children. So then on one particular night, the kids, I'm trying to have a fun night with the kids, and we got this old iPad that one of the kids was like, "Oh, Dad, I found that old iPad. I want to, is it okay if I use the iPad?" Sure, no problem. So I plugged the iPad up, and after some time, it charges up and it comes on. When the iPad comes on and I slide it open, all I hear is whoop, 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 whoop. I'm like, what is that? And it's text messages coming in on the iPad. So then I click the messages and I see all these text messages. This is the iPad that's connected to my wife's phone. And
Wow.
I'm like, oh. And I began scrolling through all the messages that I'm seeing. And she is saying the most salacious, heinous, evil, hatred things about me, talking about me like I'm the worst person in the world and the detectives are going to come get him. He thinks this is over and this, that, and the other. CPS is coming after him. He's going to go to jail and we got everything set up and lined up and they going to get him and they going to do
Ooh,
this,
sound like she
this,
was
that,
evil.
and
She
the
was
other.
plotting on this man.
And I'm like, oh my gosh.
Wow.
What is this that I'm seeing? And I just don't even know how to collect myself. Like, I'm like, what in the world is going on? So over the next couple of days, I'm still getting the calls. I'm still getting the singing. But I'm thinking to myself, at least the children are speaking with their mother on a regular basis. But I'm just so stressed out at this point. I'm dealing with so much. I got the kids, I got work, I'm managing my wife being gone and the emotions of that. And I need some help. So I make a call to my brother. I'm like, look, man, my mind is in a whirlwind, bro. I need you to get down here. You know everything that I'm dealing with right now. I really need you here. My brother agrees. Within the next day or so, he's on a flight and he's here. He brings my dad along with him as
God
well.
bless
It's
him.
really comforting with everything that I have going on. It's really comforting to have my dad and my brother by my side. When my brother arrives in town, he also makes a call to my wife and says, "Hey, Dad is here. I'm here. We know about everything that's going on. Would it be okay if we came to see you just to check on you to make sure everything's okay?" She agrees that she'll meet, but under the condition that she does not want to see me. Okay, whatever we got to do.
What
She
does
wants
she
me to
have
go to the
against
mall.
him like
So
that?
she gives us a particular spot that she wants to meet. We all load up in the van. We drive to the mall. When we get to the spot, everyone gets out. I'm sitting in the car by myself because I want to respect the fact that she doesn't want to see me. And this moment for me was extremely surreal. It's nighttime. This is the first time the children are about to see their mother since she was taken out on a stretcher on 1/29/20 when the big event happened. It's now like the first week of March. And so everyone is in high anticipation of seeing her, including myself, because this is my first time seeing her since that day. So I'm looking around like, where is she? And after
Yes,
some
Crystal,
time,
he
I see
is.
her come around like a corner, almost like out of the bushes. and she's looking a little disheveled, but it's just a surreal moment because this is my first time seeing her. Then I see the kids run up to her, they're hugging and kissing. I see my brother and my dad, and the kids are excited, and they're just there conversating and whatever they're doing. After some time, they come back to the car, and my brother tells me, yo, when we went over there, we were looking for her, and she like jumped out of the bushes. It startled us, it scared us. And I was like, yeah, I saw that as well. And he
Wow.
says she was saying she was, her life was in danger and she was scared. And that was part of the reason she didn't want to see you. And I'm thinking, her life is in danger. Like, bro, like you don't
Yeah,
know how
this
bad
some
you're harming
real
her
mental
life and
ill
stuff.
here.
Absolutely, I know, but like I didn't understand the things that she was saying. But we took that, didn't really know how to process it. We leave. So my brother's like, okay, I need to have another conversation with her just to understand how she feels from her perspective. So he
Yes,
says, look,
Evelyn, he
he
does.
calls her again. Hey, why don't you come to the house, hang out with the kids for a little while, and then you and I can go out and I can kind of get an understanding of what's going on from your
Lisa
perspective.
said she needs some popcorn.
She agrees. Now, she
Being in this so long, I
knows
might
that
have to
I'm
do
going to
part
be
2
there,
tomorrow. It's a
and the
part 2 to
children
this.
are there. And when it's time for that to happen, she arrives. And when she walks in, she's walking on a cane. And I'm thinking, what is she? Why is she on a cane? What happened? But, I'm just glad that she's there. And this is our first time being together in the home since the day that the big blow up happened. So this is another surreal moment. So we're sitting around. Everything seems to be going well. It's pretty normal. It's kind of weird. And I'm also thinking, is this like the beginning of maybe we can start piecing this back together? Like we're all in the same home together. Even though it's a little weird, everything seems to be going pretty good. But, I take that thought and, I'm just trying to process what's happening in this moment. So now my brother and my wife, they leave, they go out for dinner so that they can talk. After some time, they're gone. They come back. My wife says her goodbyes. And then my brother tells me what they discussed. And he said, she told me that you gave her a traumatic brain injury. That
What?
did this, that, and the other. And that was the reason why she was walking on a cane. And I'm thinking a traumatic brain injury. Like, bro, I told you.
Shit, I'm like, PJ, I need a cigarette. That's my boy. PJ probably said, this shit too much for me too. Shout out to you, PJ.
So we do that. After a day or so, my brother has to get back home. He leaves. Now I'm thinking she's been to the house. We've all been together. Maybe
no way, she needs counseling.
well,
Well, before she can start counseling, she need to be hospitalized.
Invite her to the house again.
She need to be hospitalized and getting counseling while she's in the hospital. She don't need no outpatient therapy right now. She need to go in the hospital.
And she denies it. No,
because she's the type of woman that had you in prison.
Only reason that I was
because of her mental stage
is because
and not trying to be funny.
But I would still like to see the children. But I don't want you to bring the children. Can you arrange it?
I gotta get a cigarette like PJ.
For me to have some time with them.
She been checked out. She been checked out this marriage. Exactly, Denise. Yes.
But she doesn't want me to bring.
I know it was weird. Yes.
So the next few days, my friend is taking the children to hang out with their mom for a couple hours at a time.
Yeah, she need to be medicated. So yes, Liz, she need to be in the hospital.
The children seem to be excited to be seeing their mother, and it's getting very close to spring break for the children at this point. So she lets me know that she now wants to spend the week of spring break with the children. Now, around this time, she had somehow figured out that I was tracking her text. So she had me blocked. So I didn't know where she was at this point. But the meetups with the children were going pretty good. And I'm like, I would like for the children to be able to have some time with their mother because they hadn't done any overnights at this point. And even though I don't know where she is, I agree. Like, okay, you can have spring break with the children as long as you make sure you bring the children back after spring break so I can make sure they get to
But
school.
the point is,
and get
where
back
was
on
she
the road that
living
they're supposed to
now?
be on. She agrees. But I was not aware of the surprise that she would have waiting for me on the day she picked the children up for spring break. So we're getting into the week of spring break, and I've agreed to let my wife have the children for spring break vacation. But I'm thinking to myself, is she gonna try and pull a fast one on me? And like,
I don't think he should let those children went with her.
So I immediately
Did you
said,
find out where
I
she
need to get
stayed
them a
at
text.
and all of that?
And I don't know why I thought this, but just in case if I find myself in a situation where I got to fight for my kids. So I reached out to her. I said, look, I know we got a lot of things going on. Would it be okay with you if we met just so we can discuss? And I was honestly thinking, like, can we figure out how to mend this together? So she agrees. I'm surprised, but this is exactly what I need. So we go and meet. She wanted to do it in a public place, which is fine. And before I walk up to her, I take my phone out, I hit record. I leave my phone out.
Yeah,
and then now I'm
Latae,
leading her in
absolutely.
the conversation to exactly what I need her to say. Okay, hey, we agreed that you're going to have the children for spring break. Yes. And you're going to bring the children back on this day. Yes, I'm going to
Exactly,
bring the children
Joanne.
back.
That's what
So
I'm
now
saying.
she's admitting,
And
I got
especially
it
with
on
her
tape.
mental illness going on
Cool.
like that.
That's exactly what I need. So now we're getting to the day where it's time for the children to be picked up. I'm expecting her arrival, but instead one of her friends show up to pick up the children. That's fine. It's a mutual friend. So I'm like, no worries. So I get the children together, pack the children up. They want me to meet them outside. Okay, I take the children outside.
It seems
load
like
the
he was a
children
good
up,
father
they
and a
get
good
in the
husband. He
car,
was trying to compromise with
and
her
as
after all he
soon
was going through.
as the children drove off, if you blink, you missed it. As soon as they drove off, I see a guy walking up to me really quickly, sticks a document in my hand and say, "You've been served." And I'm like, "What? I've been served?" And so I take the
Wow.
document, I go inside, I pull out the document. It's divorce papers. And I'm thinking to myself, she actually did it.
Wow.
She's divorcing me. And I immediately think my assumptions might have been correct. Is she drove off with the kids. I got this document at the same time. I was right. She's about to try and take the kids. It's the perfect setup. So I'm thinking, what do I need to do next? So
Wow.
I immediately make a phone call to her. She's not answering the phone. I called several more times that day. She's not taking the calls. And so I'm thinking, I think I was right. And so around this same week, everything shuts down for COVID. And I find out after vacation, the children are going to now be homeschooled. They're not going to be returning to school.
Wow.
We get through that week. Now it's time for the children to come back home. Guess what? Children don't come back home. So now I reach out to her. She's not taking my calls. I send her a message. Hey, look, we agreed that you were going to send the children back at this time on this date. I need you to bring my children back. She denies it. No, I'm not bringing the kids back. Everything is shut down for COVID. Look, this has nothing to do with COVID. We agreed that you were going to bring the children back. I need you to get the children back so I can make sure they got everything they need for school. No, don't worry about that. I got everything they need for school. They fine. I can't bring the children back because of COVID. And it's just a bunch of back and forth. So I give up and I'm thinking, okay, I'm facing a divorce right now. So I got to get smart. So I go to
You right
YouTube
about that.
University and I start researching as many divorce videos that I can find. I'm reading as many articles as I can find. And one of the things that I pulled out was if someone is denying you access to your children, you have to show that you did everything you could to see your children. And you also have to show that they are denying you access to your children. So I started messaging her daily saying, look, why won't you let me see the kids? Can I please see the kids? And I'm begging, please, 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 please let me see the kids. Now, I know that she's going to deny me. I'm just looking for her to give me the response that I need. But also, I really do want to see the children as well.
He was smart,
But
though. I ain't
she's
gonna
not
lie.
letting me. She's denying me.
He was
tooth
on
to
game.
nail. And then one day, I get a phone
This
call.
story get more interesting about a minute.
Hi,
Yes,
sir.
that's why I said I'm gonna look for
This
part
is
two. Because
Dr.
it is a
Such and
part two.
Such. Are you the
I
father
hope I can
of,
find it.
and
If
then
I
the
do,
name of
I'll
the
definitely
children?
share it tomorrow.
Yes, I'm the father. Yes, I apologize, sir, but that appointment for your son, we're going to have to cancel that appointment. Would you like to schedule for another day? Can you remind me what time that appointment was? Oh, yes, sir. It was on this day at 1 o'clock. Okay. And could you give me the for some reason I can't find the address. Could you give me the address?
He was
again?
smart,
Oh,
y'all.
yes, sir. It's at boom, boom, boom. And they give me the address. Okay.
This man was
Thank you so
smart.
much for the information. Okay, yeah, I will call back and reschedule. I hang the phone up. Now I know exactly where I need to be next. How are you?
Hi, I'm doing okay. How are you?
I'm doing just fine. Do you have a moment to speak?
Yeah, this man was very smart and
Oh, hey,
intelligent.
what I realized was you. I'm on a webinar right now, but I can call you back after.
Could you please? I would really appreciate it.
Yeah, sure.
Can I ask one question before you go?
Yeah, I'm on a webinar right now, so hopefully it's something that's short. Go ahead.
Is there any reason why you're not allowing me to see the children?
Okay, that's kind of, it's a short answer, but it also may be something that I may have to repeat a few times, so can I call you back shortly? The webinar's over at 2:30.
Okay.
This is the wife.
There were a couple of times you said you would call me relating to this, but I haven't heard from you. So
I said I would get back to you, and I did by email.
Yeah, but it didn't necessarily directly communicate, this particular thing. So I'm just trying to figure out if we can come to some sort of agreement. No conflict, no nothing, just I miss my children.
Yes, Abdul, and I'm not preventing you from seeing them. I'll call you back, and I'll...
Yes, Carmen. Hey, open book.
Okay.
Y'all, this man was smart. You see how he handled this shit, y'all?
Now
This
I have
man
this
was smart and
information.
intelligent.
There's a doctor's appointment coming up that's been canceled.
He get
They
all
called
his
me
ducks in a row
instead of
for
her,
court.
so I know she's not aware that it's been canceled. So now I know what my next move needs to be. But before I do that, I make a phone call to her, and she accepts.
Yeah, I
the
figured
call.
you was
She's
at work,
not
open
always
book.
taking my calls, but this time she does. And I
Yeah,
told
smart
her,
man
"Look,
says smart
why are you
man.
denying
That's
me
what I
access
like.
to the children? I want to be able to see my kids." She's saying she's not denying me. She's too busy. She's not going to, she's got too much going on to even talk to me at this point. And she just won't let me see the kids. Okay, well, I got to move forward with this next plan. So on the day that it's time for us to meet at the doctor's office, I make a call to my friend. Look, I've got some information. There's a doctor's appointment for my kids. She's not letting me see my kids right now, but I want to go to this doctor's office and I don't want to make a scene. I'm not going to run up on her, but what I want to do is if maybe we can follow her so I can at least know where she lives and have some comfort in knowing where my children are. He agrees. So
This
we go
man
to the
is
doctor's
smart,
office.
y'all.
We park far
This
enough
man
away
is
where we
smart.
can see the entrance to the doctor's office, but far enough away where we know she's not going to park and be able to see us. And this part was like slow motion. When I see her after some time finally pull up, I see my children. I see her head pop out. I see my children. And I really want to run up and get my kids, but I don't want to cause
Is Denise
a
still in the
dramatic
chat?
scene.
Does
So I
anybody
just
know?
wait. They go inside of the doctor's office. I'm thinking to myself, they're telling her it's canceled. Within 5 minutes, here she comes walking right back out. They get in the car. Now me and my friends slowly pull out. Now we're behind her and we're driving. But as we're driving, they're getting further away. I'm sitting in the passenger seat. My friend is driving. I'm like, man, you got to pick it up. I don't want to lose him. But he's like, I don't want him to see us. I don't care, bro. Just drive the car. Get up there. Get to him.
Hey, Denise,
So
can you
a little
come
bit of
up?
back and forth of that, we hit a red light. They keep going. We lost them.
Oh, wow.
And I'm telling them, bro, I got to find my children. He gives me the idea. He said, hey, I got another idea. What if you get a tracker and put a tracker stuff it ain't
Yo,
safe. And I'm like, bro,
this
I'm not
is
even
getting
seeing kids
interesting.
right now, bro. Like, I need a lawyer, which is exactly what I do. I get a lawyer. I explain to the lawyer
Okay,
what's
Denise.
going on.
Thank you, Lisa.
Before this, I was pro se. I really didn't know how to handle the situation. But now I'm into it. I got a lawyer. I explained that I'm being denied access to my children. My lawyer goes right into action.
Y'all got to give it up for this man. Y'all got to give it up to this man. This man, hold on, y'all. Let me get back to it. Y'all got to give it up to this man. This man is smart. This man is intelligent. Like he ain't playing no games.
And thankfully, we arranged for me to be able to have an exchange with the children.
Oh, open book.
But
this was good, interesting.
Exchange
like,
because
yo,
she feel safe is that if we met at the police station, no problem. So on the day where it's time for us to do the exchange, I hadn't seen my kids in months.
Wow.
And I was fuming, but I'm excited to finally be able to see my kids. She pulls up. Children get out of the car and they just run to me and we hug and we're loving on each other and it's amazing. We get to my home.
You see what he said? He went and got his lawyer in action. He wasn't playing.
My friend said, get a tracker, which I immediately went out, bought a tracker, and the kids had like a little toy car.
Lisa said, wow.
Apart, put the tracker
wow,
inside,
she's evil. Yes, Joanne.
And then when I went back to the police station to re-exchange the kids, I said, hey, look, the kids wanted to take a couple of their toys with them. And would you mind if they, just go ahead and put those in the car and little toys and everything. No problem. All right, y'all have a good time together. Now I got them. She accepts the toy. I run back home because, the tracker was connected to like an online site that you had to go to where to show you exactly what's going on and where they are. So I run back home and I immediately, literally within an hour, that tracker did exactly
good thinking. Yes. Ain't he smart, y'all? This man is intelligent.
I'm not going to run up and cause a scene, but at least I know where they live.
Damn, that was it, y'all. That was it, y'all. Hold on. That was it. Yo, this man was so intelligent, y'all. Like, oh my God. Like, I like how he moved. Like, he definitely moved. He moved. Hey, baby, his head was on a swivel. Like, he wasn't playing. I don't know if I can find part 2 right quick before I get off. I mean, part 1, because I think that was part 2. Damn, I would love to find part 1 right quick before I get off. That was so interesting. Hold on, y'all. Shout out to him. Like, that's how you deal with when you're going through a divorce. That's how you deal with stuff. This man really, like, he ate that. He was hurt, but at the same time, that man did what he had to do. I'm trying to see if I can find the other part to this right quick, y'all. If I can, I'll play it. Let me see. Shout out to my man PJ. I gotta always shout him out because y'all, he let me play his stuff. Because I don't play too many people's stuff without asking them. Because these people is crazy out here on these YouTube streets. All right. And I always wanted to play this, but I didn't know it was, good or not. But that shit was very interesting. Hold on, y'all. Damn, I want to find part 1. Seems like I always get to confine. Let me see. Is this it? All right. No, here. Oh, y'all. Okay, here's another one. All right. I can't find part 1, y'all. Would y'all want to hear the other part? This is part 3. Because this one here say part 2. Wait. Oh, I got it. Part 1, 2, and 3. Okay, I'm going to play. Okay, what I just played, y'all, was part 2. I'm going to play part 1 now. And then maybe tomorrow we can come in and we can do part 3. All right, I got part 1. Let me see what it let me play. Hold on. Give me a second. I'm trying to Bring it up.
On FanDuel Casino,
Hold
new
on, give me
players
1
get
second, y'all.
350 bonus
I think
spins
this
for a
is
chance
part
at the number
2.
one
Hold on, I
figure,
think I
which
found
is
it.
still winning.
All right.
But she never came back. But the cool thing is, whenever
Thank you, Lisa.
Whenever you
Please do not leave
buy a
us
suit,
hanging, D.
they had to get the suit
I got it, y'all. This part
altered,
1.
done, y'all know.
Okay, I'm
You
gonna
know what I'm saying?
do
Had to get
part
alterations
3.
done.
If not
And you
today,
have to
I'll
take
definitely fill
information
y'all
on
in
your
on part
alteration
3
ticket.
tomorrow. But
So
this
then
is
I
part 1
realized
because I didn't know I
the
had 3 parts to
number
because I
is
would
on
play
the
part 1
alteration
and then
ticket.
2, then
I'm
3.
like,
So
yo,
it's
this
a
is
little out of
crazy.
line.
So then I actually called the house. Like I dialed the number, and back in those days, I'm a little showing my age a little bit, but back in those days, folks had house phone with an answering machine. So I called the house, and guess who voice popped up on the answering machine? Hers. Like, oh, you've reached blah blah blah. Leave a message. So then I left a message like, oh, the suit will be ready.
Thank you, Lisa, for the super sticker.
And I gave the information on when the suit was gonna be ready. And it's crazy because that day when I met her, I even remember what she had on. She had like brown braids, the little braids coming down. She had like these brown silky pants on and a brown top. Man, she was ready. And she was like 19 years old, young. I think I was 21.
Yeah, this part 1 right here.
She was 19. So
I just didn't know it had a part 1, 2, and 3. Or I'd have paid this one first. But it's okay because
right?
I played part 2, this part 1. Tomorrow I play part 3.
So then I called, left a message, and then that was that. So then I don't remember if it was a day or a couple of days later, the suit is ready. And it just so happens, and like I said, you never know how fate will work. And there's a couple areas in this story where just fate takes over, if you understand what I'm saying. But it turned out that she came back to pick up the suit. So I'm, like she walks in the door and immediately I recognize who she is. And I'm like, yo, you came back. Like that was the exact words that I used. I was like, yo, you came back. Like, yo, we need to go out. And in Detroit, during that time, I think it was like, we were living in Detroit at the time. And it's like the Detroit Grand Prix was, I think, that weekend or something was going on that weekend. And I was like, yo, we need to get together. Like, let's go downtown, hang out. Like, for whatever reason, I was excited. And at that time, I didn't usually respond to women that way, but it was just something about her. We just really clicked. So I was like, yo, you came back. Like, we need to get together. Let's go out, da, 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 da. And then, I officially got her name, got her information, number, everything, right? So then now, it's locked in. And, once again, just fate that she happened to show up that day. So then, I think maybe a week or so went by, I wound up calling her, and we went on our first date. We went on a date and had a fantastic time. We went to Greektown in Detroit. For our first date, I took her to like a pizza place. I forget the name of the pizza restaurant. It was like Nikki's Pizza or something like that, like Detroit style pizza. And so we went, had pizza, and then I took her over to the Renaissance Center. It was crazy. Now thinking back, she was only 19, and I took her to the Renaissance Center. We had drinks. I was 21. And man, I guess she was drinking underage, but I never thought about that till just this moment right now. But we went to the Renaissance Center, had a couple drinks, and just had a great time. And I remember, letting her parents know, like, I'm not going to have her out too late. I'll get her back home, decent time or whatever. And so, I was a man of my word. We had a great date. Had a nice bite to eat, had a little drink, and then, took her back home. We kissed, and, it was a, typical, wonderful first date, And, but literally after that day, like literally after that first date, we were locked in. You know, and you know, she later on shared the story with me, and she actually wrote this in her diary at the time. She was like, "This is the best date I ever been on in my life." Like, you know, just talking
Not
about
knowing you
how
was going
great
through
I
some
was and how
challenges
great
with
the date
her
was and
later
all
on
of
in
that.
life.
And it was great. But like looking back now, we were so young. We probably hadn't been on a whole lot of dates as it is, you know. It's crazy thinking about it, you know, so long ago. But she was not, how many dates has she been on at 19 years old? You know what I'm saying? But anyway, we just really, really clicked. So then from there, we just really started spending all of our time together. Like everything we did, we were just locked in. And then the crazy part, so like I said, we met June 5th, 1997. Every month after June, for that first year that we were together, every month we celebrated 1 month anniversary, 2 month anniversary, like whatever day was the 5th was, like, you know. So we met June 5th, and July 5th we celebrated July 5th 1 month anniversary. You know, like August 5th 2 month anniversary, September 5th, like every month for the, I mean, I'm talking about we got gifts for each other. Like we went out like every month on the 5th. Um, um, we celebrated 1 month or the next month anniversary. So then, you know, obviously once we got to the next June 5th, obviously that was the 1 year anniversary. And then from there,
Oh, for real, Carmen?
every June 5th, we celebrated, every June 5th, we celebrated, you know, 1 year anniversary. So then fast forward, like I said, we got 20 years to get through. So I got to skip through a lot of this because, like,
yeah, that's what
you
it
know,
sounds like. Love at
I want
first
to make
sight.
sure
And
it's
then
good
things went
substance
sour.
because, like, it's a whole lot of stuff in
Yeah.
between there. But just
And
to
it normally
fast
happens that
forward,
way too.
we actually got married in 2000. Guess what? On June 5th, which is crazy. So like 3 years to the date, 97 June 5th, we met. June 5th, 2000, we got married. As I mentioned, June 5th, 1997, I met my now ex-wife. Fast forward, June 5th, 2000, we get married. Now, just to rewind to when we originally started really locking in and really getting to a place where we're really committed. And I'll never forget this to this day. She stopped me one day and we were grocery shopping or something like that, hanging out. And she stopped me, looked me in the eyes, and she said, "Are you sure you want to do this with me? Are you sure you want to get involved with me?"
Woo, that's like a red flag. She was telling on herself.
Problems. Now, obviously, that's a huge red flag. But
facts. It really was.
I didn't think of like I'm just in love with this girl. We having a great time. And so I didn't think what was to come with that statement. I have a lot of problems. But I just responded to her like, look, I'm with you. We're together. Like, I'm ready. We already having a great time. I enjoyed her company. We were inseparable at that time. And so, you know, I'm like, let's do it. I'm not worried. Whatever problems you got, I can help you through it. We can see our way through it. So anyway, fast forward, June 5th met, June 5th, 2000, we get married. She had just graduated in 2000, same year we got married. She had just graduated from University of Michigan. And I was going to Eastern Michigan University. Tried out for the football team, made the team, but actually never played. But that's a whole nother story. But so she graduated, we get married, and then we're thinking, at the time we were living on campus at University of Michigan in Ann Arbor. So then we're thinking, okay, like, what are we gonna do? Like, because we love to travel. Like, in the couple of years that we were together, we took a couple trips together, and both of us always just love to travel. So we're like, hey, what are we gonna do? Where do we want to go? And so we both decided, and we were looking at different programs that were available, like Peace Corps, AmeriCorps. We were thinking about going somewhere overseas. Like, immediately after we got married, once she was done with school, we wanted to take a trip abroad. We wanted to go somewhere. And at the time when she graduated, even though I was older than her, I didn't go to college until later, but I wound up dropping out because she was putting pressure on me, like, you need to provide for us. Now, this was before we were married that I dropped out of school. She was like, you need to provide for us. I need money. I don't want to feel like I have to go to my parents, this, that, or the other. So I start working. I got a job, and that was a huge mistake on my part, dropping out of school. But work was
We
picking up and
missed many
progressing.
flags from
And,
the
I
gate.
kind of left school in the back burner. So, now that we're graduated, she's graduated. Now that we're married, now we're moving abroad. And so we chose California. We found a great program, an AmeriCorps program, which is similar to Peace Corps, except it's just within the United States. It's not abroad. And so we chose California. I love California. I had visited there once, San Jose. And then so we decided we picked a program in San Jose, California. So we went out there and basically moved everything. Like, we just left whatever we had in Michigan and just uprooted and moved to California. Now, this is the first of 3 times that we uprooted and just left everything behind and went to a new, literally a new state, town, whatever. This is the first of 3 times. So we went to California and got into the AmeriCorps program and had a phenomenal time. Probably one of the best times of my life, for sure. I would think she would say the same. But God, man, we had such a great time in California. Going to the beach, the weather's perfect every day. We were both obviously involved in our program, helping, underprivileged families. It was phenomenal. We had a great time, a lot of friends, and we had a fantastic time in California. So while we're living there, her sister, and she has 2 other sisters, one of her sisters had moved and met a great gentleman that is in the gospel music industry and moved to Tennessee, Nashville, Tennessee. Well, just outside of Nashville, a little town called Murfreesboro. So the sister's all excited. She is like, just loves being around her family. So now that she's got this great husband, she's moved to Tennessee. She's trying to get the rest of her family to come. So they invited us to come visit. We go to Tennessee, take a break from our program in California. We fly to Tennessee. Had a phenomenal time with them in Tennessee, and they were just starting a church in Tennessee. And at that time, I was like, yo, they doing some great things in Tennessee, and I'm thinking, like, I think it'd be great for us to make a move there. And looking back, there are times and decisions that we've made. And this is the interesting thing about dealing with a particular type of individual that is not somewhat, but that is manipulative. They will make you think every move that you make was your
fault.
But looking back on it, I feel like some of it she planted in my head. but made it look like it was my idea. So she didn't
Yeah.
have to feel like she was like had any fault in it if anything went wrong. But anyway, we had a conversation. We decided, man, we love what they're doing in Tennessee. You know, it'd be great to be around family. Now, if you ask her, she'll say, oh, I never wanted to be around my family. But that's, once again, we'll get into that whole thing about how she cut her whole family off. She doesn't talk to her sisters anymore. She doesn't talk to her parents anymore. And we'll get into that later. But we decided, okay, we're moving to Tennessee. So we had been in California maybe like a year and a half. And then we uprooted again, left everything behind that we had in California. And now we're hot-tailing it to Tennessee to go be a part of the church that they're building and everything that they're doing there. This was like maybe December of 2001. We show up we drove from California to Tennessee. We show up. First place we went to was the church. We actually, if I can remember correctly, I believe we got there on a Sunday. Showed up at the church, joined the church that day. And that was the first time I had ever been a part of a church in my life, because I was actually raised in the Nation of Islam. My whole family is Muslim. So this was my first time being a part of a church. But I'm thinking, this is my wife. This is my family. Let's lock in and make it happen. So we joined the church and moved there. Started connecting with the family.
I don't know what church, Lisa. He ain't say.
Shortly after is when we experienced. Shortly after moving there is where we experienced the first time my ex-wife was involuntarily admitted to a mental health facility. Now, once again, we've arrived at Tennessee, and I want to do a quick rewind on Tennessee just to give a little bit more context on what made us feel that, hey, this is
Lisa said joined the same day. And I guess so, Lisa.
Before we moved to California, still living in Detroit, her sister, the gentleman that I said in the gospel music industry, her sister, maybe a little bit, maybe close to a year or so after my wife and I started dating, she met the gentleman that she's now married to. He was already living in Tennessee, but he would fly to Detroit to come and see her. And, you know, he was talking big talk to her, you know, hey, we're going to do all these phenomenal things. You know, we're going to start at the top and work our way up. I mean, he's talking that talk, you know. And I remember we were like, at this point, I'm already, you know, the family loves me, the mother and father, they love me. I'm already like really ingrained with the family. And so here he comes in. Now he's the new guy. And, you know, I remember, you know, we were having family meetings like, hey, we don't even know this guy, because he was just talking so big and talking about how he got airplanes and this kind of thing. And then I remember saying, that nigga ain't got no airplane, you know, like that ain't nothing, you know, nobody's really doing. But the funny thing about that story is like I said, we moved to California, and when they got married and moved to Tennessee, and we went and visited them, it turned out the nigga did have an airplane, right? So we went down there. And when we first visited, you know, it was totally our vibe. You know, it was very positive. You know, as I mentioned, they were talking about starting a church, and then we actually flew in their plane from Tennessee, and they were going to minister at a church in Detroit. So we actually flew to Detroit from Tennessee in their plane and just had a really, really, really great time. And, you know, we just were really excited. Like, hey, let's make a move to Tennessee. Let's go. So, you know, so now, like I said, we uprooted, we drove across country. now we're in Tennessee, and this is where
Boy,
the
he
reason
doing
I
a lot to
fast
make her
forward so
happy.
much is like our relationship was phenomenal all the dating years, and if you guys want me to, I can rewind back and talk a little bit about that. But once we arrived in Tennessee is really where I feel like our life as a couple really began, or at least for this point, you know, because like I say, I don't want to do this in 1,000 parts for you guys and go through every detail. But this is where really the meat and potatoes really comes in at with us being in Tennessee. So when we first moved there, we're living with, you know, we were trying to figure out where we wanted to live, what we wanted to do. Like I said, we joined the church as soon as we arrived, really excited about that. And so we were deciding, you know, where we wanted to, you know, settle at in the town. So we actually moved in with her mother and father.
Thank you for coming through,
And
sweetie.
just
Have
a
a
little
good
bit
day.
about her
Thank
mother
you. I
and father.
appreciate you.
With me growing up, their mother and father are still together. I still have a great relationship with the mother and father, and they were one of with her mother and father, and they were one of the first couples that I had ever seen that were actually still together. You know, their mother, when during our dating years, their mother, you know, would fix him dinner and really cater to her husband. It was just a really great family atmosphere, and it made me feel that, you know, their daughter, who I was dating, like this is a good girl to date. Like she's got a great family, she's got great parents, they're still together. First time I had ever seen that, because I came from where my father was a single father and raised me. So but I always felt and knew that I wanted a family. Um, and so seeing that in her, you know, how great her family was, you know, really made me feel that this is the right decision. Like this is a girl that I want to be with. So we went and stayed with her mother and father. They were great about it. Everything was cool. You know, we're getting settled in, and shortly after we moved in, um, shortly after we moved in, um, there were some things that started to happen. And this is the part where I'm a little like, man, do I really want to tell this part? Because like, I don't want to put other people's business out there, but I don't think that, I don't think they would mind. But like, look, you just do what you got to do.
Just say it.
We'll just get into it. I mean, I can delete the video if somebody feels a certain way about it. So, so we're living with their mother and father, and at the same time, she has her other sister who moves in. So as I mentioned, she has two sisters. She has the sister who married the gentleman who is in the gospel music industry, really phenomenal, you know, phenomenal artist. Like he's in the gospel music industry. So you got that sister. They have their own home. And then her other sister had recently got divorced from her husband. And she wound up moving to Tennessee as well from Detroit. And she moved in with mother and father as well. So we're all in the house together. So now I'm leading up to the first like huge event where my ex-wife was first admitted to a mental health facility. So what I've learned over the years is she goes into what I call like, or what I've titled, just based on research, trying to figure out like what is going on with this girl. She goes into what I call manic episodes. And it's usually built up from really stressful events that happen. And so in this particular event that I'm about to tell you about was one of those really stressful events that came about. And it was my first time seeing her in a manic state to the point that like I had to call 911. We had to get paramedics out, and eventually she was involuntarily admitted to a mental health facility. So as I mentioned, we're living with her parents. We, just freshly in Murfreesboro, Tennessee. We're part of the church. Things are going great. Her sister is living there with us as well. And so their parents, her parents, in the house that they were in, I believe it had got to a point to where the lease was coming to an end. They were trying to renew the lease. Something with the landlord, just something, whatever it was, didn't work out. And as I mentioned, my ex, whenever she would go into these mental or manic states, it was always around some sort of stress. So her parents have, there's some issues going on with the landlord. It's turning out that we're going to have to move out of the house pretty quickly. So, everybody's trying to figure out, my wife and I are trying to figure out where we're going to go. Their parents are figuring out what they want to do. Sister's doing the same. So with all of this going on.
What's up, Denise? Hold on, y'all.
They just took us off the air.
Get out of my studio.
Okay, hold on. Let me pause this for a second.
3, 2, 1.
There's a hostage situation in the Olympic Village.
I hate when these things come up.
Rated R.
Come on!
It is in constant motion, and
get out of here, guys.
Enterprise has more vehicles and locations than anyone.
This is a good story, though. I'm gonna have to go back and listen to that second part, though, D, because I caught the kind of the end of that second part. But this man seemed like he the definition on standing on business.
Okay, so that's why I want to pause this, because I want to go back, right? I want to go back to part 1, and this is part 2. But I wish I'd have paid part 3 first, because it would have took us back from what he went through from part 2. But I can do part 3 tomorrow. It's okay. It all ties in together. So, I mean, y'all, give me your opinion. Denise, OG, I mean, what do y'all think about this man? Like, this man stood on business to me.
He did. And like I said, I didn't catch the first part because I came in late. But from what I heard,
yeah, I can hear you. Can you hear us?
Okay, yeah, I can hear you. I'm gonna let her go ahead, but I've been up here like for a minute waiting. But go ahead, sis.
Oh no, go ahead.
OG, I told you whenever you up here, you want me to stop it. Tell me to stop it. I don't know if you don't tell me.
No, honey. It was juicy. Listen, it was juicy. I was excited and I was intrigued and I was engulfed in the conversation that he was telling the story. And I might say, for a guy, he's a very good storyteller. Like, he's really laying the storyline down in its simplest form so we can understand it. And I really appreciate it about this brother. But and I wish more men would speak up about the experience with dealing with women that have mental illness and narcissistic personality disorder and all these things, because he's really breaking it down where you can understand. Because like, we're looking at the conversation he's having, and we're looking on the outside saying we see the red flags, and he saw the red flags too. Now, the main thing I would definitely say is in that first video that you played of his, when he talked about her episode in the bathroom and all that, I think she was also having some psychotic delusions, right? I think she's possibly schizophrenic or something, because the way he was describing those episodes and the things that she was doing to him and the things she was saying and how she tried to have him set up, that was like some psychopathy something episode that I think she was having. So I'm just intrigued and listening. But the brother sounds like he was very diligent and patient in his process with, trying to see his kids, be in his kids' life, get his kids back. and as well as even, you know, how she set him up to serve the divorce papers. So this is very interesting, but that's all I have to say for now. Now listen, this is juicy because I think every man needs to listen and take heed, because sometimes, you know, men can tend to jump on emotions when they going through this with a woman that they have children with. And when it comes down to custody and fighting for, you know, joint custody or fighting for full custody or whatever, I think that this is probably, his story will end up being a really great story for men to kind of listen to and take heed on how to deal with, even if they are currently in these situations dealing with the baby mama or the ex, the ex-wife, if you got children with this partner. So yeah, this is interesting. But the brother is he seems to have a pretty good head on his shoulders. He seems to be able to, I think he's probably going to be able to win at the end of this conversation. He's probably going to end up, you know, probably winning at least joint custody, if not full custody, possibly of the children with her, because I can't wait for him to finish telling his story of, I know that wasn't the end of her spiraling out of control. No. She's definitely bipolar, but I would say it's some psychopathy there as well.
Yeah, absolutely. What you got to say, Denise?
Yeah, I absolutely agree. Absolutely agree with her, and you're absolutely right. Like this is the true. This is how you handle women like this. You know what I'm saying? This is how you handle. You don't play no games. You it's no room for games. You know, and he didn't play them, and that's why I say this is a true father that won't play about his kids. It won't no back and forth. You know, I think once he realized, I think he still tried to hang on a little bit, if you notice, which is, you know, that's natural. He wanted to keep his family together, I think, from the little bit that I saw now. But then I think once he realized it was too far gone, he won't play in no games. It was all about his kids. And that's exactly how it should be.
Yeah, because he said he hit the lawyer up.
Yep.
Yeah. And also a very, very key red flag that he kind of overlooked is that when they were in the grocery store and she asked him, "Are you sure you want to do this with me? Are you sure you're ready for this?" And men tend to think that when a woman say that they mean, oh, you know, they may have problems when it comes to bills or, you know, the children or work, or instead of him really asking, well, what do you mean? What kind of problems do you have? And asking the right questions. Men tend to overlook that when they all caught up in the feelings and emotions of this woman and, you know, and the other stuff that comes along with it, right? They tend to overlook those red flags instead of saying, okay, well, let's sit down and let's talk about it. What are your problems exactly? See, he didn't think to say that to her so she can, and maybe perhaps she would have told him, look, I'm bipolar, I have mental health issue, blah, 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 in which he would have had a choice to if he wanted to move forward or not with her. I think he totally overlooked, and that was a big red flag right there.
And do y'all think, you know, maybe he's never had true love before? You know what I'm saying? He maybe he never had a real relationship. He was excited about her. You know, when he laid eyes on her, it was like, this is who I want to be with. This is who I want to marry. He fell in love with her. And do y'all think when that did happen and she said to him, do you sure, as I'm sure what you're looking for, do you think that's why he bypassed all of that with what she said?
I think it plays a small part, but I think, yeah, because both of them were young. She's 19, he's 21, right? So they both very, very young and very inexperienced when it comes to a true, deep, serious, monogamous relationship, right? Like he pretty much seemed like he had his head on together as being this dude that does not appear to be a cheater or a liar. Like, he seemed to have come from, you know, a good background. He know what he wanted. But because when you are young and inexperienced with those things, you don't ask the right questions because you're caught up more in the emotions and your feelings for the person than you are the realization of it. Okay, now we talking about a future. So now we got to get more in depth as into what's going on with you on a mental level, you know, on a psychological level. Like, we're not asking those questions when we get in relationships. You got grown people now, 40, 50, 60 years old, been in relationships, and they don't ask those deeper questions when they're dating someone and when they're involved with someone. I never know anybody to ever ask, do you suffer from any mental illness? Have you ever been hospitalized? Do you have a family history? Like, those questions just, particularly, especially in our community, right, are not asked when you're dating and pursuing someone and you get serious with someone. But when she left the door open to say that to him, that's when he should have had that conversation. How serious? What do you mean? Am I sure? What do you mean by that? What do you need to tell me, or what are you not telling me about you or your history or anything of that nature?
And I also felt too, like, because he said that he just loved the way she had a close knitted family. The father and the mother was married. You know, I think all of that played a role in that. You know what I'm saying? So I think it was just so much that played a role in it until he was blindsided to what she said. He was just saying all the other stuff.
Yeah, I mean, yeah, seeing her.
Mm-hmm.
Go ahead, sis. Go ahead.
No, I was saying he was blinded by love. He loved that woman. He was blinded by love.
Yeah, and yeah, absolutely. And then also, like he said, he saw that her parents was together. They had been married already for a long time. He didn't have that. Remember, he said he grew up, his dad raised him as a single father. So he always knew in his mind that when he grew up, get married, he wanted a family. He wanted the nuclear family, right? And he saw that in this woman with her parents. So that was another thing that drew him to that and wanting that with her. And by that time, yeah, they had been dating for a while. It started as a whirlwind. He said from day one, like, they spent all their time together, celebrating every month, every year, anniversary, and all of that. So yeah, they were locked in, you know, like that whirlwind of almost maybe love at first sight, you know, and having so much in common with a person and compatibilities with a person, and you're failing to see the red flags. You fell and he failed to see all those red flags. And like I said, that was the number one red flag that he failed to see, is when she left the door open for him to have the conversation. That's where he missed that big red flag and did not have that conversation. He was just like, oh, you know, I'm locked in, baby. I got you. You know, like, and I get it. Men like to, you know, have that, especially if they those providers, those protectors type of men. They was like, babe, don't worry. I got you. I'm a man. You know, whatever it is, we going to do this. We locked in. I got you. So that's where he went with her, instead of sit down and really having an in-depth conversation and say, exactly what do you mean by that?
Right.
He didn't do that. And a lot of men don't do it. Hell, a lot of women don't do it. We just don't do that. You know, we think problems mean bills and kids and job and whatever, instead of going deeper into the in-depth conversations that we need to have with someone once we take it to that next level of serious monogamous one-on-one relationship and or marriage.
Right. Now, Joanne got a good question. Do you think that maybe his family knew about the issues and just never told him about her mental issues?
I'm pretty sure they did, you know, and perhaps maybe they thought that she had already told him, or perhaps they thought, well, I'm just gonna mind my business, you know, on that part. It'll be interesting to see what he has to say, or if he says anything about if the family knew, and asked her, did she talk to him about her mental health issues or not? It would be interested to find that out. But most of the time, parents will know and won't say anything. Now, not to say that they may not then say anything to the daughter and say, daughter, did you tell him about your mental health struggles? They may have done that. So it'll be interesting to see if he brings that up in this conversation.
Right. So what you gotta say, Denise? Because it's a good one.
It is, and it's almost as if I just want to hear, a little bit more, because before, it's like one of those stories, like you got to hear the whole story before you come to a complete conclusion.
Right.
It's one of those ones. But yes, this is absolutely interesting. Like I said, I'm going to go back and listen to that first half of that one that you just played, because I missed the first half of it.
Okay. Okay. Well, I'm going to finish playing a little bit of this one and see what we get from the rest of this one. So let's finish playing this one.
Behavior she was a little weird socially, but I didn't make a big deal of it. But what I would do is I would just try to pull her back. Like, she was just,
whenever y'all want me to stop, just tell me.
Over the top with really trying to impress people or people pleaser. I remember I used to tell her, like, you don't have to do all that. Like, relax, like, just chill. Like, people not looking for you to, she was always trying to, I can help you with this and I can clean, but you could tell it was just a little too much. It was a little weird. But in this moment, and like I said, this is my first time experiencing her having being in a manic state, or what I call a manic state. I mean, I'm no therapist. Actually, she's a therapist, which is crazy. And we'll get into that later.
What?
Yes. You ain't hear about that, Lisa, in the beginning? Oh, you got to go back, Denise.
Lord.
He was a therapist. He sent her to school to get her degree.
Something totally different. And we never really argued. And around this time, we're starting to argue for some reason, which isn't common for us. And, the parents are starting to notice she's acting really weird as well. And I want to give examples of what I mean by she was acting weird. But I can't think of any specific examples, but we just all noticed something was really off. But I guess a good example, this will provide a good example. What we noticed, because we got to a certain point where we started to try and talk to her, like, hey, what's going on? Like, is everything okay? Like, you've been, acting a little strange lately. Like, is everything cool? And, oh yeah, I'm totally fine. Everything's fine. I'm good. I'm, this, that, and the other. And so we're like, okay, but everybody's starting to notice in the house, something is a little off. And so on one particular night, and this was over the course of, this buildup was maybe over the course of several days, maybe a week. And it got to a point where somehow we were all sitting in a room. Her parents were there. I was there. I can't remember if her sister was there or not. But she had all these documents printed out of like stuff that I had been searching online, and supposedly I was involved with all these other women. And she even made the claim that supposedly I was having sex and cheating on her with her sister who lived there at the time.
Oh my God.
And it was just like, what are you talking about? Like, none of the stuff she was saying was remotely true, valid, anything. It was just like she was just creating all these things in her mind. Like, even at one point she was talking about, like, supposedly I'm interested in bestiality and people having sex with animals. Like,
oh my God,
bizarre.
Lord have
So
mercy.
I remember on
Jesus.
this one day we were sitting in her parents'
Stop,
room.
stop it right there.
Okay, hold on. Let me get to
And I'm crying.
Wait,
at
y'all
this
making
point.
me
I'm like,
weak.
I darn
Now,
near choked off of my drink just now.
now
Yes,
listen.
almost bit my juice out.
Now listen. Now this is the first part of the video. So this is before he married this girl.
Right,
This
because this
is
is
her
part one.
this
Right.
is her first episode that he witnessed, and I guess family is witnessing something that's off with her. So now the question is, do the family even know she got mental health issues? You know what I mean?
Good. That's you right
So
about that, G.
right. So now she's having this episode and saying all these weird things and accusing him of all these weird. This is a big, huge red flag number one as to something is mentally wrong with her. So I'm really interested as to know why he even further pursued continuing to be with her, marrying her, having children with her, moving forward. Like, what made him decide to do that other than the fact that he loved her? I'm really interested in hearing the rest of this story, because that right there, that has to have told him she has mental issues. Something is wrong. She ain't wrapped too tight. She ain't got it all together. Something is going on upstairs. And like, bruh, like, I really want to know what happened after that.
He absolutely has to have some issues himself, to even, like you said, I didn't even think about that, because this was before everything. So I'm guessing before children and everything, right? And so after, somebody that's telling you they're having thoughts of doing different things with animals, and you actually still married this person and had kids by this person. So, there might be some type of issues with him within. Like I said, I think he was absolutely blinded by love. Had to be. He fell in love with this woman. But the question is, why on earth would you fall in love with a woman like this? It has to be something, to me, going on with him. I don't know whether it's some type of
Well,
insecurity or I don't
mhm.
know.
Yeah, well, absolutely, because there is something inner within us, right? That whether he within himself that still make him stay, move forward, marry her, have children with her after this story right here that he's telling, right? So again, I'm just really curious, because to be accused of what he's saying she was accusing him of, and even as far as being with her sister, like, that's crazy. You know what I mean? So like, yeah, I don't know. This is just interesting. I
We can
definitely
finish this one up, and we're gonna play part 3 tomorrow, because we gotta get we gotta know. Okay, we gotta know.
What is going on with this woman? Like, it got to the point, like, it was scary. Her behavior and all these crazy things she's saying was so bizarre. So I remember looking in her eyes, and I was like, Janice, are you in there? Oh, I said the name. Maybe okay. I said ex-wife. I don't know. I'm trying to keep the names out. But I'm like, are you in there? I'm like, I know you're in there. Come out. Like, I'm yelling at the top of her lung. And like, she reared back and was just like,
Free to play with a shot at $2,000 in casino bonus every day.
Damn, he said he looked at her eyes with a high demon.
Which is still
Like, what was it?
I don't know. It was weird. And then I remember, like, we went into the bathroom after that, and she was talking about, like, look behind you. I see angels behind you, and like, she was seeing things that weren't there. It was just crazy. So, on that particular night, like I said, I'm yelling at her. She's seeing angels and just talking about all this crazy stuff, to where her parents were like, we need to escalate this. Like, I think we need to get her to a doctor. Like, she really needs help at this point. And I'm like, me and her sister, I'm like, we all agree, like, we really need to get her some help. So we called, I can't remember if we call 911, because there were a couple cases over the years where I had to call 911 to come and get her, like call the paramedics out. But I can't remember on this first instance if we called 911 and had the paramedics come out, or if we took her to the doctor. One or the other happened. Either we went to the emergency room or we called the paramedics. I can't remember exactly what happened. But whenever we started talking to the doctors, you know, we're at the emergency room, we're at the hospital. Like I said, I can't remember if that was by ambulance or if we drove there. But once we get there, her parents are there, I'm there, she's there, and we're like, something's going on with her. We don't know what it is, but she really needs help. And she started telling the doctors, I'm not the one that needs help. He's the one that needs help. Like, he's crazy. He's out of my mind, and this, that, and the other. And then, you know, the doctors were saying, well, we need to evaluate you to find out what's going on. And she was like, I'm not the one that needs to be evaluated. He's the one talking about me. I'm not the one that needs to be evaluated. He's the one that needs to be evaluated. And there was this whole back and forth. Well, I'm not going to let you guys talk to me unless y'all talk to him, because he needs to be evaluated. He's crazy. He's this, that, and the other. And so we're all looking around like, yo, like at this point, like I love this woman so much. I'm willing to do anything to help her get help. So it was like, look, if you want me to be evaluated, and that was kind of the agreement, like, if you want me to be evaluated, I'll let them, whatever this evaluation is, talk to me as long as you talk to them. Right? So she agreed to that. That was the only way we were able to get her to actually go.
Hold on, D. I'm sorry. Okay, stop it right there. Lord, stop it right there.
Okay. Gotcha.
Lord,
now we're both.
Lord have mercy. I'm sorry, y'all. I know it's getting interesting, but listen, something really has to be wrong with you anytime you agreed now for you to be evaluated, knowing ain't nothing wrong with you, so somebody else could be evaluated. This ain't just, I mean, this is, you're at a facility, so you have to go through testing and all of that stuff to know knowing something is not wrong with you. Just for her to do it? Oh, absolutely not. No, this man she had his head gone.
Yeah. And I heard him say, I loved her so much, I was willing to do anything for her to get the help.
Yeah, let me ask y'all a question. Do y'all think this lady had a spirit on him?
Oh, she had something over him. He getting his own self evaluated, knowing that.
Yeah, because I'm starting to think that now. I'm starting to think like did this woman have a spirit on him? I mean, listening to part 2 and then listening to part 1, ain't no telling what part 3 gonna be like.
I think that spirit was called Pussycat Whipped. That's what I think. Pussycat Whipped. You know, I think he was whipped. She put the whip appeal on him, you know? And again, he's young. She's young. You know, this is probably their first, you know, deep dive into love and a whirlwind of love, and they don't know what that is for real. So me hearing him say, I was willing to do anything. I love this woman so much, I was willing to do it. How many times have we heard us say it, other people say it, and you be like, well, you crazy for doing that and sacrificing this and doing this for that person. Like, ain't that much love in the world. You gotta love yourself more than you love, you know, all of that, right? This is what I'm getting out of that. He is so much in love with this woman. He is gone, y'all. He is whipped. Like,
Joanne said, yes, D, it's definitely a spirit on him and her.
Now,
and I think she's gonna put the spirit on him. I think she put it on him.
Did he say she was his first?
He put that pill on him. I'm telling
you.
Put that pill on him. He was singing the baby face. Whatever you want, it's all right with me.
Oh Lord.
Let's get back.
Evaluated at this point. So before we get into what transpired at the hospital, I want to rewind a little bit and give a little bit of context that's going to tie in later on into the story. So obviously, as I mentioned, this is my first time experiencing my now ex-wife going through what I've called a manic episode or going through in a manic state. And what I learned over the years is whenever she would get into this, have these manic episodes, she would also get hypersexual. Like the sex would just be through the roof completely.
Okay, and that's another thing. I told y'all it was a pill. Didn't I tell y'all it was a whipper pill?
There you go.
I told y'all.
Joe said it.
It was a whipper pill.
It was
Ooh,
just on
Lord.
another level, if you understand where I'm coming from. And
Oh, Lord,
now
she
I
had
would
that thing
agree,
gone.
very selfish on my part. But in navigating life with her over the years of dealing with the manic episodes, the hypersexuality I always felt was my treat for dealing with that. Like at least I could get, some crazy sex out of this, which is very selfish on my part. I admit that, but I mean, it is what it is. So in the midst of everything that happened that I mentioned that led us to now being in the emergency room, there was some like the sex was just like, and this was the first time I experienced the hypersexuality, and it was just crazy. So now we're at the hospital.
That thing probably was doing backflips on that pole.
The only way to be seen is if the doctor saw me. So she's yelling at the doctors, there's nothing, he's crazy. There's something wrong with him. There's nothing wrong with me. He's the one that needs to be seen and evaluated. He's out of his mind, this, that, and the other, right? So I'm there, her parents are there. And at this point, we're like, whatever we have to do to get her to care or get whatever it is that she needs, we're willing to do it. So I agree. Like, look, you guys want to see me? No problem. Like, I'll be evaluated just as long as you guys get her the care that she needs. So the doctors take her to a room. They take me to a different room. And I'm explaining to the doctors, look, the only reason that I agreed to do this is because like her behavior has been extremely bizarre. And we're trying to figure out what's going on with her. And the only way that she would agree is if I allowed you guys to talk to me. So thankfully they understood. They let me out. When I came out, I learned from her parents that they decided to involuntarily admit her to their mental health facility. So we're all like, this is like, what is going on? Like, we're praying, hoping that everything is okay with her. But it wasn't the type of situation where they would allow us to sit with her or go in there and be with her. So like, she was pretty much isolated. So we left, went back home. So
hey, Brittany.
As I mentioned, at this time, we're also now heavily involved in the church that her sister and her husband had started. And so I believe we were at the hospital. It had to have been a Saturday because the next day, it turned out that her sister and brother were out of town that weekend. And I was supposed to have led service that Sunday. But with everything that went on, it was just like, this is just too much. So let's just say I didn't make that service, but I had another plan. And I called my brother, who was still living in Detroit at the time. And I said, look, man, some crazy stuff just went on. Like, I don't even know how to explain it. But at that moment, I decided I'm out of here. I'm leaving. I'm going back to Detroit. So I got all my belongings, everything that I own, loaded it up in my car. And I said, I'm hot-tailing it back to Detroit. So when I loaded up my vehicle, put all my belongings, anything that I couldn't fit in my car, I decided I'm leaving it and I'm gone. Like, this is just too much to bear. So it was really late that night when I loaded up the car. So I said, okay, look, I'm going to get some sleep. I'm going to go to bed. When I wake up the next morning, I'm out of here. I'm on the road. I'm going. I didn't tell anybody what I was doing. I said, I'm out of here. So I go to bed that night. Wake up the next morning. And guess what? My car was gone.
What?
And I'm like, where is my car? Come to learn, my car had been repossessed. And
Your Fingerhut Betty credit
What
account
in
gives
the
you access
hell?
to thousands of top
Why was your car repossessed, boy?
low monthly payments.
At that point, now I'm stuck. No car. All my belongings were in the car. So now I have nothing.
Why is his eyes so red?
You know, I guess it's a thing of just fate got in the way, right? Because it turned out that because of that, I had no choice but to stay and deal with what was in front of me, this craziness of what was going on with my now ex-wife, and just dealing with all of the madness that was going on. I was trying to run away from it, but now I had to deal with it because I didn't have a choice. And I look back on that situation and I say, like, man, what would have happened had my car not been gone? You know, like we have 3 beautiful children, you know, from that time, that crazy day up until now. So many amazing things have happened, so many challenges, good and bad. Like my life where it is now, like what would it have been if my car hadn't have been gone that morning when I got up? Because I had every intention on getting out of town. But fate got in the way. So now I'm stuck. Now I got to deal with it. And like I say, now we got to figure out what's the next step. And we'll talk about that in the next part. Thanks for watching. And my eyes, just so y'all know, my eyes are real red like this because of my surgery. And I put a better shirt on so y'all don't have to be looking at my bandages. Now I'm stuck. My plan to leave and go back to Detroit. I can't follow through with that plan. My car is repossessed. So now I got to figure this out. We got to work through the situation. I'm here to stay. Thankfully, after a couple of days, I was able to get the funds together to get my car back. I take my car home, get all my stuff back out of the car, and around the same time, now it's time for my wife to be released from the hospital. So I go to the hospital, I pick her up, she tells me to meet her outside. So I meet her outside, she gets in the car, we drive off, and she immediately, even before I could even start asking any questions, explains to me that it was a mistake, that she was there. She had met either a doctor or a nurse who she explained her situation to. They agreed with her. They were very heartfelt towards her. And she said they actually snuck her out of the facility, which is why she wanted me to meet her outside.
What the hell?
Okay.
What?
But
did you hear that?
The mistake that I made was, why didn't I go inside and talk to the doctor to find out if there was something else going on? Is there a diagnosis involved with this?
Right.
Is there some other problem that I need to know about? I just went along with what she was telling me. And really, I blamed myself for putting her in a stressful situation because we had just moved across state. We're living with her parents. I'm broke at this point. And I chucked it up to, she was just so stressed for the situation that I put her in that caused her to be in this situation where she had to go to the hospital. So I put all the blame on me. But maybe there was some other information that would have came out had I spoken with the doctors, but I certainly at the time didn't think any mental illness or any mental health issues were present because she's brilliant. She's a really smart girl. Like, she graduated from the University of Michigan. She has a master's degree. I've seen this girl.
Stop it right there. Stop it right there.
Like,
Gotcha.
Very intelligent, well-spoken, beautiful.
All those accolades that he given her is a wonderful thing, but she's still sick.
Facts.
She still has mental issues. There are people that are actually in the healthcare profession that are mentally ill. There are actually psychologists, you guys, that are narcissists. Okay?
Mm-hmm.
Just know that. There are therapists, there are counselors, there are psychologists, psychiatrists that
firefighters, police officers, nurses.
Yes, they come from in all walks of life. Listen, when I was in therapy, it took me about 5 or 6 therapist before I got comfortable with one. It's like when you take a medication for something and they tell you, we're going to have to give you several before we find the one that fits you best, that don't give you the worst side effects and things of that nature. It's the same way with a professional. Doesn't matter if they're a judge, a doctor, a lawyer, or an Indian thief. If they have mental issues and a narcissist, they have mental issues and they are narcissists. There are psychiatrists that are actual narcissists.
Yeah.
And got mental issues, you guys. So please don't say, oh, because she's so educated, she got a master's
No, I'm
degree.
glad you said that because I wish I can find this story. I don't know if I can find it again. But this lady was going to therapy after her I think 8-9 years of a divorce with the narcissist. And she said when she got started counseling, she found out that she was dealing with a counselor narcissist.
That's right.
And I would love to find that story.
True. It is true. Yes, please find that story because people need to stop put the labels that someone have, PhD, all the initials and accolades behind them just means that they're highly educated in something, or they got a master's or a doctorate, or they're well spoken, or they went to this school or went to that school. That means absolutely nothing when it comes to your mental health or narcissism.
But I was going to ask you this, y'all. I was going to ask you and Denise this. Do y'all think that she had narcissistic tendencies? Because you can have that and still have these mental issues that she has.
Absolutely. Absolutely. Most narcissists deal with some form of mental illness, whether it's depression, bipolar, mood disorder. And I learned that from Brother Leon, who is a diagnosed narcissist. He said majority of them, 99.99999% of them, have some other form of mental illness. He said whether it's a mood disorder, depression, bipolar, psychosis, something they have. So yeah, I can see from when he was saying in the other video that there are some narcissistic tendencies in her. Because remember, he was talking about how she manipulated him and having him thinking that it was him that was,
And I remember when he said in the video too, that he was gaslighting her.
Yeah. So absolutely, I can see it.
And she's, in my opinion, she's even worse because of her degree. She has studied it. So she,
Denise.
she has even more of an advantage to play on this man because she literally did 4 years worth of studying the brain and human, interaction.
Facts. I ain't even think about
dangerous
that.
type.
Yeah, absolutely. Because but if you know and have done your study and research on these type of people, it doesn't even take you long to realize that a professional in healthcare is a narcissist. Because guess what? They act the same way, y'all. They don't change. They act just like a regular person that works, that drive a bus that's a narcissist. Eventually, it's going to come out in them and you're going to see it. Eventually, the mental illness is going to come out and you're going to see it. He saw it with her before he married this woman, but yet he still chose to marry her and have children with her. So please. It means absolutely nothing that she's highly educated, got all these degrees, and is highly well spoken, and all of that.
We don't know about that narcissistic behavior. That's why he just said what he said. She got all these degrees. She was very well spoken, highly educated. That's all he looked at. He didn't look at anything else.
Oh yeah, he did. She's fine, and she got that. She put the pill on him. He looked at that too. Trust and believe.
That man said it was a treat. That's how you know he was gone. That man said it was a treat. Oh my Lord.
Did y'all hear how he said how he loved her hypersexual come down from the manics? When she was in manic, how the sex was the bomb. She probably was doing outside things that she wasn't doing in their regular sex life when she wasn't manic. So when she's manic, he's getting the bomb diggity whip appeal now.
Oh Lord, I told you that thing was probably doing backflips and splits and all kind of things.
Yes. We're almost through this video here.
So I didn't expect that there was anything else other than what she was telling me. And also, she was
If y'all
real
want to bless
chill,
my
like the
channel, you
person that you
can with a
saw a
coffee
couple
or a
of days
super
ago that was so
sticker
manic to the
or
point
a
we had to
Venmo.
get
If
her
you
to the
like to bless my
hospital.
channel,
That
if you
wasn't a
enjoyed
person
my
that wasn't
content
empowering her. She
today.
was chill. She was very relaxed. Everything that she was saying was making sense. So I'm just going along with it. But the other thing that I didn't realize was maybe there was some medication involved that caused her to be a little bit more calm throughout her time while she was admitted. But I will never know because I never asked that. To this day, I don't know because I never asked that question. So we get home, mom and dad, they're happy to see her. They're not asking a lot of questions. We go back to church. Uh, no, obviously nobody at the church knows what's going on except for her sister and the pastor. They're not asking any questions. They're just glad that she seems to be okay. Everything is cool. I put all the blame on myself because I put her in this situation. So moving forward from there, things became pretty normal. We did, shortly after I was able to get a
Thank you,
job.
Joanne.
She got a job, she started working, and we were able to get our own place and really started to get on our feet in this new state and new city that we were in. And it would be several years before I saw anything like that again. And this was around 2002. So we were still very early in our relationship, just a couple years in on our marriage. And this was definitely a breaking point where we could have split things off and went our separate ways. But we decided that we're going to stick together. We're going to work through it. I put all the blame on myself for the situation. She forgave me, and we decided to stick together and work through it. And that's exactly what we did. We've gotten past the biggest blow up of our relationship. And
Stop it right
moving
there.
prior in California,
Got
dating in
you,
Detroit
sis. Hold
for
on. Let me
wonderful
get
years,
to
blissful
it.
years.
Do y'all hear him out of this whole conversation where he continuously saying he put everything on himself and blamed himself? And she let him. So she gaslit him. He gaslit himself and to say, okay, I'm the man. Just put it all on me. It's my fault. So he put it on himself. She allowed him to put it on himself and took no responsibility and accountability. And then we just gonna move on because we in this marriage now. We gonna make it work. So it's all my fault. You hear it? So yeah, something bruh need to be in therapy himself, especially after this marriage. If he didn't, if he hasn't gone to therapy, he really needs to before he gets into another relationship, because clearly there's something deep inside of him that is going on with him as well. And he needs to address it.
I can buy that.
We get to this big blow up, and then after that, the next several years, we were good. We are part of the church, and I want to talk about that a little bit. So the church that we're a part of is a prosperity church. So they're talking about you gotta, be rich. You can be a millionaire, and your wife doesn't have to work, and your money is everybody's money, and her money is her money. The only thing she can do with her money is save, sow, and shop, right? So it's all about getting to the bag with this church, with the people that we're around. But I'm broke. I mean, I'm broke. I'm broke as a joke. And her sister and husband, as I mentioned, he was the one talking big back in the day. And he was big. Airplanes, big house, mansions, everything. And, I'm just getting started out here. I'm broke. So I started grinding like, man, I got to get to the bag. I got to get to this money. So at that time, I was working real estate. And believe me, I really hustled to try to get to it. I'm working real estate. I'm doing, at the time, I owned a car wash and overnight shift at Walmart. It was crazy. I was working so much that on one particular night, I was so tired because I was only sleeping like 2 or 3 hours a night. And on one particular night, I actually drove my car into a ditch, like fell asleep at the wheel. Like I'm really trying to grind to get to this money. Well, I felt really, really indifferent because her sister and her husband are rich. Then she meets the other sister that I told you was living with the parents. She meets a great young guy. He's really intelligent, really bright, sharp individual. They met and got married, had a baby, and they weren't quite balling at the time, but man, in a short span of time, boo, they took off and they making crazy money. Now they millionaires. Now both sisters millionaires. And then here I am stuck in the middle. I'm still broke. And I'm like, yo, like I labeled myself the broke brother-in-law. Like why is my thing not hitting? You know? But the great thing about my wife at the time, she was tremendously supportive of me in my process. And she always reassured me, like, look, I'm not materialistic. It's not about the money. I love you. I'm with you. We can figure this out together. You know, because I used to say, well, man, you know, like, I don't know why I'm not making it, why I'm not successful. And she just supported me. She had my back the whole time. She never made any sort of gesture that I wasn't enough. But really, I did it to myself. I made myself not enough because I'm like, yo, I can't have the brothers is rich. I got to get out here and get rich. But I just couldn't figure it out. I'm a realtor. I'm working all night, my car wash, and it never came together. So fast forward a few years, the church starts to get involved with a network marketing company. So this network marketing company comes in and they're like, look, everyone needs to get involved. And we had heard about all these other folks that were making big money, this, that, or the other. And so I'm like, maybe this could be it. So me and my wife, we got involved with that program, got involved with the network marketing company. Man, and that thing took off. And next thing you know, now the money's starting to come in. So the money's rolling in. Things at the church are going well. I had lost some credibility when I missed that first service from that big event, but now it's years later. You know, we're leaders at the church. We're making money. We got a house, a really nice house in Tennessee. And we had our first daughter during this time. And now things are just going really, really, really well. We finally in a place where we're comfortable. I feel like I'm taking care of my wife. And it was a struggle for many years because she didn't work. Like after the event that took place, as I mentioned, we finally got a place. We got a job. She got a job. I got a job. But then the more the ministry was like, hey, your wife shouldn't have to work. And, you know, a woman's money is her money alone. And the only thing she can do with her money is, you know, save someone, shop, all of that. So so she decided that she was going to stop working. Like, we going to work this word that we're hearing from this church. And she was having some problems on the job that she was on. And she wound up quitting the job. Okay. I had mixed feelings about it because I was like, okay, we cut a big chunk of the income out of the household, but then I kind of had to man up because what I was learning was woman don't have to work. So that's where my whole grind and my whole hustle came from. Like, I just got to get it any way that I can. And I appreciated the fact, even though my wife wasn't working during those years, we were double income, no kids, as I used to say, but we cut out her income. Even though she wasn't working, she was tremendously supportive of me. But like I say, this network marketing came around. Now the money's rolling in. Now we got the house. Now we're doing extremely well. After this video, you guys are going to know who everyone is. You'll be able to see their faces with your own eyes if you choose to watch on your own TV screen. And I'll explain why in a second. And I'm still keeping the names out, but y'all gonna know all the names after this video. So as I mentioned, now we're enjoying a little bit of prosperity. Our business is going well. We've now had our second child, my son, and we're doing great. Now comes a call from Bravo. They want to do a reality TV show, particularly based around my wife's sister's husband, who I mentioned, he's got all the clout. He's in the gospel music industry. So now they want to do a reality TV show. So they're coming in, they're doing interviews, finding out what direction they want to go in with the show. Now, this was over about a 2-year span that they were planning on pulling this show together to eventually, now we got the contracts and now we're ready to go. So on the day that, and this is another situation where fate just reared its head again, on the day that they decided to start filming the show was the same day.
The same day she went back to a mental hospital. Is that what you're gonna say? This lady is. Woo.
That my wife and I were moving out of the home that we lived in. The reason that we were moving out of the home is because even though we had some years where we were enjoying some prosperity, now the business is slowing down. The money is slowing down. And I'm looking like, am I about to become the broke brother-in-law again? So we're like, okay, we need to downsize. So we're planning on downsizing. We're going to move out of our house into an apartment. And we're like, we're just going to do it quietly. We're not going to tell the family. And we were all very close, the whole family. They were her sister and husband were our pastors. So there was a time when we told them a lot of what we did. We told them pretty much everything different moves we were going to make. But, you get to the point like it's not that great for someone to know everything about what you have going on. So we said, we're just going to make this move quietly. Well, it turns out we can't do it quietly. Same day, the cameras show up like, we got the show, the contracts are signed. Now we're about to start filming this show. Today was the same day we had the moving trucks showing up at the house. So if you decide to go watch the show, you'll see on the first episode, we move, right? So with the TV show, they're trying to figure out what narrative are they going to go with. And you've seen shows, I'm sure, on Bravo where, any reality show, they like the drama. So they're looking for a narrative. They're looking for a storyline. They're trying to figure out what can we bring to this show. They decided to pick up our storyline of moving. So they said, well, you guys, because they asked, did you guys tell your family that you were moving? No, we didn't tell our family. We kept it to ourselves, this, that, or the other. They're like, bing, okay, great. That's the drama we're looking for. Or they turned it into drama. And I'll explain a little bit more about that in a future video. But so we're moving, we get moved into our place, and that's where the drama of the show begins. But you can watch it for yourself. The name of the show is Thicker Than Water. You can watch it on Prime Video or Peacock. Now, watch at your own risk because the show did not get great reviews. Now, I love my family, both sides. It's not the proudest thing that I was a part of. I don't talk about it. Like my friends that are around me, I don't even tell people that I was a part of this show. Only reason I'm telling y'all is I'm telling y'all all my business and my story. So this is just part of it. So if you choose to, you can go watch the show and you'll get a lot of understanding, or it'll pick up right here from everything that I've been telling you guys. It'll pick up on your TV screen. Now, I'm not going to spend a whole lot of time in the story talking about the show. If y'all decide, y'all can go watch it. But like I say, watch at your own risk.
That was the end of the story, y'all.
Interesting.
That was
Now
it.
listen, the part that, again, that I'm going to say that a lot of these prosperity churches do is put these false narratives on men and women. For them to go to this type of church and they preach the women shouldn't work, they should just go shopping and take their money, and their money is their money. That is a very selfish, self-centered, narcissistic way of even thinking of how you're going to hold a marriage and a family down with that mentality, right? So my thought of that is that was wrong all across the board, because this is a young couple. They wasn't born with silver spoons in their mouth. Neither one of their families come from wealth. They're not wealthy right now. The sister's husband got wealthy because he was I guess a famous gospel singer. So that's how he gained his wealth in the gospel arena. They're not in that arena like that, but they're going to this type of church that's teaching that and trying to have these people keep up with the Joneses, and they ain't the Joneses. Like this is what a lot of churches and these teachings, especially prosperity preaching pastors and churches that do that. That was a lot of pressure on him alone to say. The man just said he had 3 jobs, barely sleeping 2 and 3 hours a day.
Yeah.
Like, that is insane. Like, if we trying to get to the bag to get wealthy and we're both young and got our health and strength, let's do it as a family together. And then when we become wealthy, one of us can stop working. Like, what the heck are they like? That, to me, that was so asinine. And it's unfortunate that a lot of the religious sectors are teaching these type of teaching, talking about get to the bag, and all the woman got to do is stay home, have the babies, go shopping, and keep all her money to herself, while the man is out there busting his butt to provide to become wealthy for her to keep her money. Like, are we really raising families and having this narcissistic type of mentality as to say that this is what makes a marriage work and this is what it looks like? That is a false narrative and a false sense of hope to give people. That is not the ideal Black nuclear family. But again, we living in this modern world, and these people are going to these type of churches where they preaching this type of rhetoric and indoctrinating people into false narratives.
Absolutely.
That is insane. When I heard that story alone, I'm like, okay, now this brother is a hard worker, but he's trying to keep up with the Joneses, with the other 2 sisters' husbands who's wealthy, you know, by their own means. You know what I mean? Whether the one was in gospel and the other one obviously was into some type of tech or engineering. So he makes good money. This brother ain't that dude. He's not that dude.
Right.
But he got all this stress and pressure on him to be that dude, to keep up with the Joneses, because my wife needs to stay at home, see, and not make no money, or any money she make is just her money by herself. That is a selfish, narcissistic way to even go into a marriage or a relationship, y'all. And it's really crazy that these churches are setting people up this way.
Wow.
I'm shocked to I didn't know there were churches out here that promote that.
Right.
Wow.
Because some of them pastors, they narcissists too.
Oh, absolutely. A lot of them are.
All of them. Oh, yeah. They ain't right, honey.
And I'm just waiting on the part where he say, when, you know, me and my wife started having problems and we went to our church for counseling. Oh, my God. Oh, my God. Because whoever is the favorite, or if it's a male chauvinist, narcissistic type of pastor or counselor that you're going to get, they're going to side with the person that they know the well. And they're going to put the pressure on the man if the woman is more well-known in the church, which normally women are, right? Unless the guy is a deacon or close to the preachers, then the pressure's on the woman. You know what I mean? Like, this is the mindset and the narcissistic narratives that they push within the religion, a lot of religion sectors. And it's sad, because I'm waiting on him to say, well, we was having problems, we went to counseling in church. And sometimes that's the worst place you can go, because you need to go to someone that's not judging you, don't know you, don't have a dog in the fight, where they can tell you you're both are wrong. Instead of just leaning towards the woman, well, you need to be more submissive, or leaning towards the man, well, you need to lead more. Like, what we doing? But this is the mentality that I can tell that a church like that would do. because of the mentality of the prosperity. You got to be wealthy. Everybody can be wealthy and get the bag. No, it ain't. It ain't set up like that.
Okay,
It ain't been set up like that for hundreds of thousands of years. People in the Bible, there was rich people and there was poor people. Everybody can't be rich.
That's right.
And we need to stop pushing that narrative because you go to a prosperity preaching church that's what you're gonna be, because you're gonna be sadly disappointed because everybody in this world ain't meant to be wealthy. And that's just how it is.
That's so true. That's so true.
I just it just, I don't know. I mean, this whole scenario, and then to know that, you know, they had to move from out of their house because they're downsizing, but they got to hide this from the wealthy family members because they don't want to feel bad, or they don't want to be embarrassed, or what. See what type of pressure and narratives that these false sense of hope puts on people when you do that. And he studied thinking, I'm gonna be the broke brother-in-law again. Like, what we doing as a collective? Like, if we cannot go to where they are teaching God's word in these religious institutions, if we cannot be realistic about things and be real and say, you guys are a young couple, you guys didn't inherit no money from neither one of y'all families, wasn't born with silver spoons in y'all mouth. If y'all become wealthy, it's because you young and you become wealthy together as a couple. And then if it comes to, okay, now one of us don't have to work. Hallelujah. Thank you, Jesus. We both done bust our ass to get this wealth.
Right.
We just teaching this one-sided, one-track mind thing. And that causes problems even when families break up and divide, because without a prenup, now you're fighting over the money. You see what I'm saying? You're fighting over the wealth. But this is what we do. This is how all these institutions and families and the pressure of trying to keep up with the Joneses of the other family because you don't want to be left behind. This is how they make us feel. And this man is in all kinds of entanglement with this marriage, with the family, with the church. Like, it just goes on and on.
Yeah, he got a lot going on. He got a lot. I'm definitely want to see what part 3 is about. Because Lord, ain't no telling what he gonna say in part 3.
I can't believe that he has kept his sanity. Like I said, maybe he'll break in part 3. I don't know, but I can't believe he's kept his sanity, because that man had to keep the persona of a lot of things. Like she said, with the church, with the wife, he want to keep up with the brother-in-law and the sister-in-law. I mean, he was just from every which way. He was battling, trying to, be a certain way. I can't believe he didn't. That coupled along with what he was going through with the wife. Wow.
Yeah, working 3 jobs, not sleeping. The wife going to a mental hospital. The wife abusing him, mental issues. Oh my God, that was a lot.
Almost driving his car. Well, he said he did drive his car in the ditch because he fell asleep at the wheel.
Yeah, he did.
He could have unalived himself for other people. Like, listen to this story. It is insane. And it's like, and then it's getting more and more insane. The more and more deeper he's involved in this marriage and that family and that church, you can just see it. It is unhealthy. It's toxic. It's a lot of drama. And now you're a part of the reality show where they do nothing but induce drama and causes a lot of real marriages to fall apart because you got on a reality.
You better say it. Only thing good it come out of is money, but other than that, you better hope you have your marriage and your man when you finish.
That part. That part. It's crazy. I'm listening to this story. I'm shaking my head like, oh my God, can it get any worse? And it does. It get worse.
Yeah, this is crazy. This was a good story. It really was. That's too much drama for me.
This needs to be lessons learned for men and women. This man's story, especially for men, because there is a narrative that is being spent and pushed on this man through this whole situationship that he was in, right? And a lot of times, in families, that type of pressure is on men. And then when you have, or vice versa, right? Depending on the situation, but this is a man, so we're going to keep it on him and talk about the man's role in this situation. But there were those telltale signs are there for you too, men. They're not just for us women, because there are narcissistic women. There are mentally ill women that are very toxic. Right. So these signs are for you too. But he was a young man in love and you couldn't tell him nothing. He was I'd do anything. I just love her so much.
He wanted that treat.
But the thing is, you never once heard him say, I love me more than anything. And I know I need to get out of this. See, that's what we don't do. We love other people more than we love ourselves when we realize and we in toxic relationships. What we doing?
Yes.
What we doing? At some point, you gotta say, I love me more. And there's nothing wrong with that. Now, that part of being narcissistic and being selfish, I'm down with that. Because you're not gonna take me through the toxicity, the drama, and I'm still saying, but I love you though, and I'm still be here. We gonna get through this together. Now, how about I love me more? I love me more. Bye, deuces, peace. like, come on. So yeah, men, wake up, because these women will put you intertwined, and then you will find yourself entangled in all of this kind of narcissistic, abusive relationships and situationships. And look at him. He running like that hamster on that wheel, just trying to keep up with the Joneses, trying to keep up, about to kill himself, working 3 jobs, and come on.
Yeah.
They're young in this marriage. Like you said, if you didn't inherit no money from mom and daddy, and you weren't born with that silver spoon, 9 times out of 10, you gotta bust your butt to become wealthy in this world. And you can't do it on if you're a family unit and you're trying to do it all by yourself while the woman stay at home. Because I ain't heard them mention that they had kids at that point. So they're young in this.
Right.
So she's not
contributing. Kids in. No. Yeah, no.
She's not contributing. What was she contributing? You see what I'm saying? Are we living in a society that we're going to really spoil the women going to be spoiled to this effect where they feel like they don't have to work? All I got to do is shop and spend his money, and my money is my money, and his money is my money. Come on. What we doing? Is that biblically what the Bible teaches about family and marriage? I don't think so. So for this church to push that narrative, I don't know. I question that. I'm side-eyeing a lot of these religious institutions. I'm side-eyeing you.
And for him to sit there and believe it, like they just brainwash his ass. Like, I mean, he was out here grinding, trying to, keep the money going for him and his wife, and because of what the brother-in-law and them had, and the sister-in-law and all of that stuff. Like, that's ridiculous. It was like he was trying to do stuff to make them happy, not to make himself happy, and not to do what he wanted to do. He was doing what they wanted him to do to make them happy.
Yeah, and he's saying she was supportive and saying, well, I'm not materialistic. Well, I don't da-da-da. Well, then why didn't you get up and go to work and help this man? Why didn't you say, instead of saying that, saying, baby, I'll go to work. I'll go back to work. If she used to work, I'll go back to work, because now we have to downsize. Right. Right. We got to downsize now, babe. We moving from a house into an apartment. So, we got to, save money, be more sensible, budget, do things that it takes to build the wealth, first of all. Right. And I'll go back to work and get some extra income.
Right.
Instead of, well, I ain't materialistic, but I'm still sit on my ass and spend your money while you work them 3 jobs and go shopping. Come on, what we doing?
Yeah. Oh, Joanne, for real. She said we bought a gallon of orange juice yesterday for $8. Ooh, wee.
Yes, honey. Depends on where you live. A gallon of milk and some eggs. Oh, depends on what state you live in. Go to California or New York. The prices differ from Illinois or Arizona or Nevada or Iowa. They all varies. But the higher the state, The more tax the state, the higher your food, your drinks, your services are gonna be.
Yeah. Boy, this was an interesting thing here. But baby, I'm definitely gonna find. Well, I know what part 3 is, so I'm definitely gonna do part 3 tomorrow with another episode tomorrow. So
Yeah, it's gonna be interesting to see how it ends. Well, obviously we know it ended in divorce, right? Which I'm not surprised at that, because that's too much stress and pressure, and too much toxicity going on in the marriage. So you hear him say ex-wife. So, but it's interesting to know, obviously, that this family is a very popular family. If the guy was in the music sector and the sister married the famous guy, and then there was a reality TV show, so they were on television and all that. It's interesting to find out that, yeah, we'll probably know who they are if we watch, if you watch the reality TV. But it's going to be interesting to see how he's going to say it ended for him and everybody else involved.
Right, that's why I said I'm gonna play the last part 3 tomorrow, so we'll know like how it ended.
Yeah. All right, sis. Yes. Ooh. Wow.
Yeah, that was a good one. That was a good one, y'all. Yeah.
And these are conversations that need to be had, with men and women, because it works on both sides of the spectrum, and we need to know that. But since this is this man's story, men need to really take heed and pay attention.
Thank you, Miss Davis. She said, "Ain't no way I would let my husband work 3 jobs just so I can stay home. That's selfish and it's heck." Yep. Yeah, Miss Dave, you gotta watch what you the parts that you missed, because it was really good. It was. Well, I think all 3 on my play today. The lady that got pregnant by, well, they both was in the army, and she got pregnant by a sergeant. That was good. And then I played these 2 parts today, so I think they all was good.
And see, I missed that, so I'm gonna have to go back and watch the replay of that. I missed that.
The one with the girl got pregnant?
Yeah.
Oh, okay. Yeah.
Yeah, I missed some of that too, but I could tell the way that she was talking that conversation. This guy the guy she got pregnant by was married, right?
He was a sergeant.
In the service. Wow.
They both was in the service.
And he was married.
She was 19 and he was in his 40s.
Ooh.
Oh, look.
He was like 42 or 41, something like that. Yeah.
Yeah. Took advantage of a naive, gullible young lady that didn't know SHIT from Shinola.
That's what he did.
You know what I mean? And she all gung-ho, got her an older, mature man, and she think he gonna teach her some things. He taught her something, all right. Did you learn today, baby? Because what I put it in your chat, I said she gonna learn today.
Okay, Miss J, watch it. You're gonna love it. I'm gonna do the second 2 I did last. I'm gonna do part 3 on that one tomorrow, because it's kind of late now, so I'm gonna get off. So I'm gonna do part 3 on that tomorrow, and then I do like 2. I normally would do like 3 episodes a day, and I did hit my 3 today. All depends on how long they be throughout the day. You know what I'm saying? And how much support I get. Well, I don't even really care about the support. As long as I get support, I don't even really care about the support. But, you know what I'm saying?
So now, did the young lady have is it another part to the young lady that had the affair with the married sergeant?
No, I didn't see another part to that.
Okay. So my assumption for that is she stuck with the baby by herself raising it, and he didn't leave his wife. Trust and believe.
And that's
I bet you that's the end of that story.
That's what I took from it too. Yes.
Okay.
Yes.
Wow. I'll tell you.
And I'm gonna have a lot of I got some narcissist videos too I want to show. These gonna be interesting. Yeah.
Okay.
I got some.
All right. Well, I'm gonna let you close it out. I'm gonna go on and step on down, but I always enjoy coming up here having these conversations with you and in the chat and
love support. I appreciate that I appreciate you and Denise. Y'all come up, y'all rock with me. I appreciate that. I really do. Y'all don't know how much I appreciate that. I don't care.
We appreciate you and what you're doing with your platform, you know, and how
Absolutely.
you're educating people. So, sis, that's why I love it. And I love you for that, because you're caring enough about our people or people in general, just from your experience, from my experience. And we are now trying to teach the masses, and you're using your platform to do that. So I love you for that. And I appreciate you for that. And please continue to keep up the good works, because you're doing a great job.
Thank you so much. I appreciate that. Thank you.
Absolutely.
You're
Absolutely.
welcome.
And
All right.
if I can piggyback on that,
Mhm.
if you know, everybody that's watching, I read some of the comments, and I love, like, you know, just the dialogue between everyone, the vibe in here, and just encourage everyone, like, you know, she has an open panel. So definitely, I mean, I know, you know, we come up here a lot. Definitely some of you guys that are out there, you know, come on up and give your opinion, and that's everybody's welcome here. You know, everybody's welcome here, and I love the vibe. And like I said, just keep it up, D. Trust me, just keep it up. That's all you got to do, is just keep it up, because this is interesting, you know, to be able to talk about different issues. And I know you got, you know, a lot of more different stories and stuff in store that I know people are gonna love. People are gonna love to talk about. It's controversy, and y'all guys just stick with D, and she just got a lot more in store. Trust me, guys.
Thank
Yeah,
you.
and definitely too, sis. You know, you're using your platform to educate our people about narcissists and narcissistic personality disorder and mental illness, and the things that, you know, we especially in our culture and communities have swept under the rug or closed the door, don't talk, don't tell type of situations. And now we're having these conversations, and I'm hoping that they're going even beyond your platform, and they're going into the homes of our people and people that need it, so that we can heal, so we can get families and people can heal. But we can also know and be wise enough to stay away from toxic people like that don't mean us no good. So your platform is educating everybody to know what the signs are, know what the red flags are, know the type of people that are in your life. Whether, listen, I don't care. You know me, sis. I tell you, I don't care if it's my mama. If she toxic, she can't be in my life. But thank God she ain't. But if she was, I'm just saying, I don't care who you are, because we got loved ones, we got family, friends that absolutely be that way. And now you know what you're dealing with, and now you know how to handle them accordingly. Sometimes we got to love people from a distance, y'all, and that's just what it is. And I think when you realize that you can take your power back and do that, especially in a relationship, man, you unstoppable, because now you know what it is. And this sister's giving you this platform to educate you all on that. So definitely don't just let it stop right here. Go in your homes, take it into your homes, have conversation with your loved ones when you see they in toxic relationships. Like, this is what can start our healing process, so we can break a lot of these generational curses of toxicity and drama type of field relationships that continue to go on and on from generation and generation. So I'm appreciative for that, sis. Thank you very much.
You know, I don't have a lot of people, but I enjoy everybody that comes in, you know, and stuff like that. But I'm going to get back to where I used to be with 100-some people in my chat. Everything takes time, and I'm here to wait for that time.
You absolutely
God got
will.
time for us to shine. You know,
Yep.
everybody
You
can't shine
absolutely
together.
will.
That's
You know,
right.
I told you. You know, I told you. You absolutely will. At the end of the day, I've said it from the beginning. You look for longevity. Don't look for temporary. A lot of stuff that's going on right now is temporary. It is not permanent. Trust me. And so look at it for longevity. Trust and believe you're gonna come out standing. Trust me.
And there's an old saying, fast and quick don't always win the race. Sometimes slow and steady wins the race, baby. So just long as you stand steady with it, trust me, you are dropping gems. You are giving a wealth of knowledge to where there was none for many, many decades and generations to come. You are now providing it with this platform again, the most important thing for me is for self-healing and for healing of others. And you're doing that with your platform. You're educating them on what it is to be involved with toxic people and how we don't need to have them in our lives. Like, seriously, if they are not in our lives, I don't care if it's a friendship, a relationship, a situationship, a friends with benefits ship. I don't care what kind of ship it is. If it's a toxic and it's causing us more harm than it is good, it don't need to be in our lives, y'all. And that is the most freeing thing and experience I have ever experienced since I had not had that in my life. Now, I'm not drama free. Of course, we're going to always get somewhere in the workplace or something. But I mean, as a whole, in relationships and things of that nature, you have a choice in the matter. Love yourself more than you love them. That's all I'm saying.
Yes. And like the guy that I share, I ask him, to always share his stuff, because sometimes I don't like doing that to people, what I'm saying? I like to be respectful. So, I asked him, and he said, sure, no problem, because I've been following him for years, so we always talk and stuff. And I asked him, he said, sure. I said,
shout out to him. Shout out to that brother.
I said, my people like your content. Could I, use some? He said, sure, go ahead, no problem. I like to be respectful sometimes and ask people.
Well, reach out to Brother Leon too and let me know when you get that.
I got his number. And matter of fact, I'm gonna reach out to him when I get off, so he can give me a time and a date of when he's gonna come on the panel. So I definitely would do that. And when he come up, I would love to have you and Denise up too.
Okay, just hit me up and let me know.
Okay, I will. I definitely will let you know the time and everything.
All right, you all take care. All right, sis.
Okay.
Thank you.
Thank you so much, OG, again. Appreciate you, baby.
Oh, you're welcome. Anytime, sis.
And I appreciate you too, Denise. Thank you so much. I appreciate, you coming up, supporting me, when you
no
got the
problem.
time. Because I know you take care of your mom and stuff like that. So I definitely appreciate when you got the time to come up. Because, I know certain stuff you like to touch base on and give your opinion about, and stuff like that.
Right. And I definitely will be tuned in tomorrow. Now, I might not be able to come on till after 3, but I'll be definitely listening and in the chatting, because I'm can't wait to hear part. Oh, Lord, I can't wait.
Yeah, I'm going to get that taken care of before I go to bed tonight. Go ahead and get that out the way and stuff, so I can have that in the mix. And then I'm gonna do that one tomorrow, and then I'm gonna do 2 more tomorrow, because I try to do like 3 a day. You know what I'm saying? To give people story times, and if they want to come up and pick it back off of it, stuff like that. So yeah.
Right.
Yeah, I just want to take my platform in another direction.
Right. Yeah. You doing it?
Yeah. So I'm proud of myself, no matter what.
Yep.
Yeah. And I want to say thank you so much, Denise. I definitely appreciate that. I really do.
You're welcome.
Yep, but I'm going to get up off of here, y'all. Thank y'all so much for timing in. It is 5:40. I've been up here since 1 o'clock, but don't even worry about the time, y'all, because I really enjoyed it. It was good. I mean, it was a vibe. I love that everybody's opinions in the comments. I just loved it. It went well. I just really, really loved it. It was great. It really was.
Yeah. All right. Have a good night, D. Have a good night, chat.
Okay, Denise, I'll hit you up.
Okay. All right.
Okay.
All right.
So I enjoyed y'all. Thank y'all. Every last one of y'all. Oh, yeah. Let me read. Let me see. I got... Okay, thank you, Auntie Tracy, for the super sticker. Thank you, Miss Lisa, for the super sticker. And thank you, Miss Tracy, for being a member for 4 months. Thank you. So, yes, today was good. Thank you. Thank you so much, Joanne. Thank you. I'm going to have more for you guys tomorrow. So I'm going to get off, eat dinner, and prepare myself, look for my lives for tomorrow and everything. And y'all stay prayed up. Y'all stay blessed. Enjoy the rest of y'all afternoon. And always remember to keep God first. And I love you all. And I will definitely see you all tomorrow And Drill, hey baby, what's going on, sweetie? You got to watch that replay. I'm about to hit that end button. Great live, Miss D. Have a great evening, everyone. Thank you so much for timing in. I'm glad that you enjoyed the live. Thank you so much. So, Andrea, you got to watch that replay. You will love it. You didn't want to miss it. It was great. So, okay. All right, baby. So I definitely will see you guys tomorrow. Peace and love.